morning radio. But now there is Radio Generations, the people's breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The people's breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you and welcome to Radio Generation. The time right now is exactly 1 minute past 6 o'clock. I hope wherever you are having a good time. And the reason I insist on a good time is because I know that when you wake up to listen to the People's Breakfast, that is exactly what we guarantee you. City Muga is in the studio. City, good morning. How are you?
Morning, Paul.
Uko sawa kabisa?
Nashukuru niko mzima.
Nimepata ukikunywa kahawa.
Yes.
Na nikasema ya kwamba huu mzee venye alikuwa ameketi, mguu mmoja imeekelewa kwa ingine, gazeti imeshikiliwa pambele, kahawa inafanya tu, nikajua this is definitely someone who's enjoying his Friday.
You need to pause.
Yes.
You can pause.
Venye umeshikilia gazeti, that's now the pause.
Yes, pause.
It's not a juxtapose. All right, I'm trying to rhyme here. Just flow with me.
Speak and rhyme all the time.
See what you did right there. Yes, indeed it is. Tarehe 5 mwezi wa Disemba, mwaka ni 2025. And what I've realized is it hasn't hit me that it's the end of the year. Business is running as usual. If I go back to probably some 20 years back, December, there were no cars on the roads. It's like people had decided from December 1st. Oh. That's when it's the official national holiday season began. So from December 1st, hata matatu ni kama zinabeba watu bure. School buses, of course, by then have closed up, and so on and so on. So, but right now, it's like it's business as usual, man. Nashanga tutaenda nyumbani lini. For example, yesterday on my way home, I encountered some traffic and I was like, what are these people doing on the roads? What are they doing on the roads? Why are people still why are matatu still packed to capacity? I don't understand why people have not gone to Shags. Those are the matatus going to Shags. I hope so.
I'm going to take the view that was a rhetorical question.
Yes, it is.
Good.
But I'm also asking it out loud so someone perhaps on YouTube can let me know, or on our Twitter account.
Tell me, this holiday season,
yes.
What is it that makes it a holiday season in your mind?
The fact that we are celebrating the birth of Jesus.
Yes.
Yeah.
But what do we do that commemorates that particular celebration?
Binge drinking. Yeah, seriously, I mean,
right.
that's the Kenyan way of commemorating any holiday.
Yes.
Whether it's Ramadan, whether it's Easter, whether it's
if it is Ramadan, then it's haram.
Yeah. No. I'm saying for the
non-Muslims,
for Kenyans who are not Muslims. Yes.
And they are helping their Muslim brothers celebrate.
Yes. Actually, let me tell you something. What Kenyans wait for? Kenyans wait for this Eid, the Eid holiday, where now they close Ramadan, and then now it's time to share the festivities, or rather share the goodies. Watu wengine wanasemanga yani asanteni sana mlipatie siku. Yeah. Whether it's Diwali, whether it's which other holidays do we celebrate in this country? Whether it's Mashujaa Day, whether it's Jamhuri Day, basically whichever day it is, people just get out there and they do what they gotta do. So, you were asking how we mark that festivity. That's, in my view, that's how we mark it. How do we mark it in your view?
The thing is, it's something I was thinking about. And I was thinking why. For the longest time, the idea behind Christmas was people went to their rural homes to celebrate with the folks at home. And part of the reason was so that all members of the family,
yes,
aunties, uncles, and so forth, could congregate and people could actually get to meet.
Yeah.
Children could meet cousins whom they haven't seen in a long time because they probably lived in different parts of the country and so forth. So there was a week or two there where people hang out at home in the rural areas, and it created a certain bond. I'm saying this because I have cousins whom I'm very close to. I don't see them, but it's those early years of Christmas when we'd go home and they'd come. That's where the bond was created.
Yeah.
Yes. And I'm wondering whether that is now the same or the thinking has changed tremendously. Because I, for one, when your children grow up, one of the things you find is even your timetabling changes.
Yes.
Over time, I determined that any rural home visit had to happen before Christmas. I am not going to be on the road for 4 hours between here and Naivasha because I'm going home for Christmas. That doesn't make sense.
Because of the traffic.
That doesn't make sense to me.
Well, for my family, that still happens. We all congregate. Yeah, but we all congregate because now we are tukikua kamba, we congregate. So we congregate. We congregate in Kitui. And we slaughter a few animals. Yeah, they sacrifice their lives for our enjoyment.
Meaning a few animals contribute.
Yeah.
Yes.
Their lives.
Bountifully to what you're celebrating.
They unknowingly, by the way, and forcefully at it, they give their lives for our enjoyment. So that means probably some 4 goats and then some maybe 10 chicken or so will sacrifice their lives for that particular purpose. So we still do it in my family. And I am assuming many people who are listening to me, especially millennials, that still goes on in your families. I was having a conversation with our security guard this morning, and I asked him, so what's your plan for December? Utaenda, because ni Masai wa kule Trans Nzoia. Nikamuuliza, so this Christmas Trans Nzoia? Akaniambia, hapana, mimi atakuwa hapa. Nikamuuliza, what do you mean? Akaniambia, sasa nyinyi sasa mmeenda huko kujibamba, I have to protect your property. I was like, oh yeah, by the way, yeah. But he told me that he's now taking that time off in December, while his colleague will now be the one who remains behind. So they'll have this exchange program. And I was like, you know what, whatever works. Because at the end of the day, also some of our colleagues, especially in the news media, those ones don't take time off. They actually just exchange shifts because news happens every day. Even during Christmas morning, kuna kwanga na news.
That is why this work we do is referred to as essential services. Hospitals don't close.
Yes.
Restaurants don't close.
Right.
In fact, the understanding is that is probably the period when they can do some seriously booming business.
Actually, you're right. You're right. It is that time they do.
Inakuwaga hivyo.
Biashara wangu imenoga.
Imenoga,
Imeshika, yani imekamata.
Amenoga.
Naam. Today is 5th, yeah? And this is what the world remembers as far as today is concerned.
Right.
International Volunteer Day for Economic and Social Development, and also World Soil Day. Again, International Volunteer Day for Economic and Social Development, World Soil Day as well. So we what's this International Volunteer Day for Economic and Social Development? So you volunteer for economic and social development,
or you volunteer internationally.
Volunteer Day for Economic and Social Development. I'm trying to say it several times so it can sink in my mind, and I try and comprehend what it's all about. Yeah, but yeah, so that is one of the things that we do today. We focus on the International Volunteer Day for Economic and Social Development, and then the World Soil Day. I want to focus on Soil Day here because I'm looking at, there's a campaign that Gertrude's Children Hospital did early this year, and it was on how we dispose of expired medicine. For example, when you have expired medicine in your home, how do you dispose of it, Siti Muga?
Put it in the disposal bags, bin, then it's taken by the people who
collect garbage.
Yes.
All right. So they did a survey, they did this research, and they found that a lot of the medicines that we have in our homes, whether expired or maybe the dosage is done and now you don't need it anymore, when we take it out, there are some people who, especially those ones who collect that garbage, sometimes they go and sort out and they find, there's an unused tab of, let's say, amoxil that hasn't been used. Do you know what happens? There are some people who buy that medicine, even when it's expired, take it to the slum areas, and it is resold to the people who cannot actually afford the original and non-expired dosage.
There are people who sell it knowing full well that
it's expired. Yes.
Problem iko hapo.
Now, watu wenye wako kwa, wacha tuseme wenye hawezi afford original brand new medicine, that's the kind of medicine they buy. So obviously it might go ahead and affect them, or sometimes that medicine is disposed of badly in the landfills, for example, or in other places where it leaches back into the soil and contaminates our soils. So you find that sometimes even that the food we grow in certain areas has grown in the presence of this medicine.
Food we grow as antibiotics,
and also other things. We have antibiotics, antifungals, and so on and so forth. So you find that kuna vitu tuna consume from food, flowers, and other stuff that could be from contaminated soil, and that life cycle of contamination just goes back into the society, communities, and so on and so forth. So they were advocating for safe disposal of medicines, and I think there's a way, there's somewhere where you can actually dispose of expired medicine or medicine that you're no longer using, so that it can be taken care of in a safe, environment-friendly way. Yeah, so you can check them out if indeed this is something that you'd like to engage in, so we can help make this planet a better place.
Right.
Yes.
Right.
All right. Methali ya leo.
This is the final proverb from
Burundi.
Yes, Burundi.
Kule watu wa Gitega.
Burundi. Yes. They have a parliamentary system like ours, where you have an upper and a lower house. They have a National Assembly and they also have a Senate. Right?
Okay.
Too many words blacken your ears.
Where?
Too many words blacken your ears. So those of us like you and I who talk the whole day, we blacken people's ears. Is that what they say?
Well, I mean, that would directly translate to that.
However,
from research that has been done, people who listen to radio or even watch TV, because we are on both platforms, people who consume media do not consume it 24/7, number one, and they do not do it for an extended period, number two, and they also do not do it consecutively. Like, you don't sit down for an hour and listen to radio. People listen to radio, for instance, when they are doing their chores, or when they are driving their vehicle, and when they get to the office, of course, radio nazima kwa gari na ni hivyo. Or when they are in the office and the radio is on, they're probably doing something else on their computer. Or, for example, it's your house help in the house. She's listening to God knows what, but she's doing her chores, probably taking care of the baby, or doing laundry, or washing dishes, or cleaning the house, or cooking, or whatever. So that is as far as this media is concerned. But perhaps what they mean is usiongeange sana, get to the point. Labda watu wa Burundi wanamaanisha hivyo.
Yes.
Ndio. So hivyo ndivyo iko. Na ndio maana katika mitandao ya radio na TV kwa mfano, you'll find that there are songs that are repeated almost every hour, and you find people are getting annoyed that you guys play the same song every single. It is because people don't listen to the vast majority of audiences anyway. They do not listen to TV and radio for extended periods of time. It's just short bouts, get in, get out kind of situation. Uko kwa matatu, umepanda matatu kenda nyumbani, umepandia town.
Because radio si movie.
So by the time unafika nyumbani, probably your trip has taken anywhere between 20 to 1 hour. So hits have to be played all the time so that people can get to enjoy them more. Ukijipata unasikiza radio ama TV the entire day, jiulize maswali.
You're on leave.
Even when you're on leave, CT, you're encouraged to do other things. You can watch TV.
Allow me to explain something.
Read a book, read newspapers, get out, walk.
That's the point.
Yes.
I'll get in the walking bit.
Yes.
Radios are mobile devices. You can walk and listen to the radio.
Yes, you can.
That's the point I was trying to make.
Right.
Yes.
But also you are encouraged not to consume media 24/7.
Why?
Because it's unhealthy, City.
For whom?
It's for everyone.
Why?
Because you tend to, number one, depending on, and this is how we can get into this conversation and discuss research that has been done, but you also need to expose yourself to different kinds of stimuli, and especially for your eyes and your ears. So you can't just, for example, ufai kuvaa headphones 24/7, you will damage your eardrums. Ufai kuweka earphones 24, kwanza leo tunakuingiza kwa masikio hivi, you will damage your eardrums. You need to get out there and listen to the environment, learn new sounds.
Listen to the environment.
Yes, yes.
Really?
Birds chirping, insects flying, vehicles on the road, people singing, walking.
I need to observe the insects flying. Or should I also listen to them at the same time?
And you listen to them. They buzz, don't they? Yeah, the bees buzz, the mosquitoes do whatever it is that they do. Yeah, you cannot listen to one form of media every single time. And also in terms of consuming that media, for example, if you're a person who watches Netflix 24/7, I mean, at what point are you productive? At what point do you get to stimulate your creativity in other forms?
I thought that was the whole point of watching the movie, to get your brain stimulated.
Exactly, but not 24/7. Sawa City. But nimependa hiyo ya Gitega kutoka kule Burundi.
Napenda hiyo.
Maneno mengi yanafanya masikio yakuwe meusi.
Bwana.
I think pia wanaambia tu watu bana, acha hii mingi.
Saa zingine bwana, unajua pia ukizungumza sana usikizi. You need to listen also.
Hata watu wanaboeka
sana.
Do you know the people in my life, around the circles that I'm in, the people I just see and I'm like, oh God, please no. When you meet them at a party, you're like, oh Jesus, no.
Surely why they?
Because this person attends a story. Some actually even pick up from a story they started last month, and you're like, bro, that story is still now. It's old. That's that. You can find us on our social media spaces at Radio Gen KE. That is where we like to interact with you as well, on Facebook and Twitter. Hapa ndipo tuko. Lakini kwa sasa, I'd like to direct you to radiogeneration.co.ke, where we shall go through the top stories making headlines. There's one here about what Kenyans searched most in 2025. In case you're wondering what people were looking for online, well, here it is. Kenya's online searches in 2025 revealed a year shaped by political shifts, sport triumphs, growing interest in digital skills, and a new wave of popular language. Google's new review shows that Kenyans looked for most with the death... Google's annual review shows what Kenyans looked for most, with the death of Raila Odinga standing out as the single biggest moment that dominated the country's search habits. Raila's passing on October 15th due sustained attention as the country followed every update on the funeral arrangements. Many searched for information on the journey to Jaramogi Oginga Odinga University of Science and Technology in Bondo and what was planned for the final ceremony. The word enigma, a long-held reference used when talking about Odinga, also rose sharply, echoing the strong interest in his life story and political influence. Such as linked to Winnie, Oburu, Ruth, and Rosemary Odinga also spiked as Kenyans followed the family's public appearances through the mourning period. Away from local politics, Uganda's President Yoweri Museveni became one of the most searched global leaders in Kenya in November. His statements touching on the Indian Ocean stirred wide online debate and pushed many people to look for context on what he had said. Sport also kept Kenyans searching. Faith Kipyegon was the country's most searched athlete after another year marked by world-titled and headline-marking performances. Football fans followed international players as well, with Liverpool forward the late Diogo Jota among those who attracted the most interest. Yeah, right. Other things that were searched include words like enigma, Joey, and conclave, as they tried to understand phrases that gained traction on social media. Other words that drew attention include demure, kubant, habemus papam. Yeah, we have a pope. One time, Ayurvedic, Saba, and Blood Moon, showing a broad mix of curiosity around culture, faith, global events, and everyday talk. I will say that I was among the people who contributed to the Blood Moon search. That one nayo hiyo nilipatikana hapo, nilikuwa nimesearch. Music and film also premiered, or rather remained, popular topics. There's Harry Belafonte's Jamaica Farewell, which topped music searches, followed by Adonai by Nathaniel Bassey and Power by Mbosso. Kenyans also looked for songs such as Yanni's Donjo Maber, Toxic Lyricali's Backbencher, Kodong Clan's Nyaduse, Costa's Joey, Okole Max's Taya, hapo kwa Taya Nico, Bien's All My Enemies Are Suffering, and Chela's My Darling, hapo pia Nico. Alright, so City, wewe ulitafuta nini?
I have absolutely no idea what it is you've just been talking about, but I suspect it's music.
Oh yes, it is music. So there's a song here called Donjo Maber, really nice to the ears. If you haven't listened to it, tukienda on a break ndakuchezea. Then I'm sure you know All My Enemies Are Suffering by Bien.
I have no idea. I know who Bien is because you told me.
Yes, but the song All My Enemies Are Suffering,
I do not know the song.
Your taxi guy doesn't play it for you in the car?
No.
Who is this guy that who carries you? Haya, what about My Darling by this guy called Chela?
No.
Oh my goodness. CT. Okay, one more. Hii kama ujui, then perhaps kuna shida. Power by Mbosso.
To begin with, I have no idea who Mbosso is.
Mbosso is a Tanzanian artist.
Good for him.
Yes.
Yes. The Tanzanian artist that I know is Multiple Gemstones.
Yeah.
Him I know.
Do you know Rayvanny? Okay, do you know, maybe let me ask you a female artist. Do you know Zuchu?
I've heard. She's also Tanzanian.
Yes.
Yes, I've heard.
At least you know Zuchu.
I've heard, yes.
Okay. Do you know, so you said
I know Bien.
Bien is Kenyan.
Oh, we're in Tanzania?
Yes, we are in Tanzania now.
Okay.
So you don't, okay, you've said, do you know Harmonize?
No, I've heard of Harmonize.
You have heard, okay.
Heard of
all right,
Harmonize.
all right, okay, we're heading somewhere. What? So where, unajua Mario?
There's a song by Luambo Luanzo Makiadu.
No.
I know that one.
Mario wa Tanzania pia.
No, si mjui.
Wa? Okay, hapa Kenya, hapa Kenya. Unajua Toxic Lyrically?
I've heard that there is such a musician.
Yes.
I do not know of any song that he has sung, or maybe I've heard the song,
right? But
I didn't know that was Toxic's song.
Yes. Okay. Do you know Nani? This guy called Nyashinsky.
I've heard of Nyashinsky. Is it male or female?
He's male.
Okay.
Nyashinsky is male. Aya. Do you know Femi One?
No.
Femi Uno?
No.
Do you know Trio Mio?
No.
Okay. Apart from Bien and Multiple Gemstones,
yes,
who do you know in Kenya and or Tanzania? Give me just one artist.
Nameless.
Okay. Sawa. I'll let you have that. Lakini wengine wote nimesema nothing.
I don't know them. But
you don't know Kilo Max?
No, I don't know whether it's Kilo Max or Megawatt.
Not Kilo, Okelo, like the name is Okelo.
Okelo I know.
Okelo Max.
Yes, I thought you said Kilo Max.
Okelo Max.
I've actually even seen, I've even heard, I've actually watched him perform live.
Right.
Yes.
Brilliant artist, amazing vocals.
He's good.
Yeah. Actually, if I were to rate him and Bien, and I know fans will kill me, I'd actually rate Okelo higher.
There was one of these musical dues that was sponsored by a media house I worked for at some point. No, actually consulted for.
Yes.
And there's this musician, the people who brought the musician partnered with that particular media house.
Yes.
They brought a gentleman called Ferregola. Ferregola. Yeah,
yes.
I think that was his name.
Right.
And Okelo Max was part of it, and then there was Bilia Bell part of it. So I happened to, on that particular occasion.
Yes.
It is actually the first such musical extravaganza I've ever attended in my life. I've never attended any of those things.
Okay.
Yes.
Sawa. Haina shida. So Kenyans searched also for movies, such as, or series such as Supercell. Do you know Supercell? No, of course.
No, of course I don't.
Damsel. This is on Netflix. No. Do you have a Netflix subscription?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So what do you watch on Netflix? It's not for you. It's for other people.
You assume I watch Netflix.
Go watch this movie. It's called Damsel. You will love it.
The movie?
Yes.
This prehistorical movie
where there's a dragon.
Where there's a dragon,
and
the dragon which talks.
Kumbe unajifanya ni kama hujui vitu lakini si tu unazijua.
You see, when you say something, first of all, it's lost on me.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes, I remember that story.
Good.
I've actually watched it twice.
Right. Good stuff. There's another movie currently on Netflix. It's called Frankenstein. Go watch it.
That I'm not going to watch.
Ni poa sitendo watch. Wewe unapendanga vitu za kitambo.
Anything that you recommend.
And it's an urban legend.
It's unlikely to be interesting, but anyway.
Sawa. Let's move forward.
Walked into that one.
Let's move forward. Now, another story making headlines on radiogeneration.co.ke is this one about President William Ruto. So, court declares Ruto's victims team illegal and confirms KNCHR role.
Read that again, please.
Court declares Ruto's victims team illegal and confirms KNCHR role. So, it has declared this team by the one that was being headed by LSK President Faith and other members illegal, na imesema ya kwamba KNCHR ndio kazi yao. Now, the High Court has stopped President William Ruto's plan to use a special advisory team on victims' compensation, ruling that the Constitution already gives this responsibility to the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights. In its judgment, the court said the president had no power to create a separate body to manage or guide compensation for victims of past injustices, because the law clearly outlines how the process should be handled. The bench noted that the role of identifying victims, reviewing harm suffered, and proposing compensation is anchored in law and cannot be shifted to another body through a presidential action. Petitioners had challenged the team, arguing that it lacked any legal foundation and risked clashing with work already being undertaken by recognized institutions. Now, the state defended the move as an administrative effort meant to quicken the process and offer needed expertise, but the judges dismissed that argument, saying good intentions cannot replace what the Constitution demands. Yeah, I don't know what to do here, because it's a win for the Constitution, obviously, and that's a good thing, and that is what we should be rooting for. And therefore, I salute the Constitution for having gained this win. But I'm taken back to a few weeks ago when we had a conversation with Honorable Kaluma. And mheshimiwa kuna kitu alisema ya kwamba this was a passion project also for Baba, and it was part of the 10-point agenda. That was actually agenda number 8, whereby he wanted us to look at a framework whereby victims can get compensation and can actually get how can I put this in words that make sense, what they deserve, as opposed to what perhaps they would be, or rather would have been awarded by a court of law. And also this quickened the process. Ilikuwa na ruka hoops zenye zimewekwa vikwazo, some obstacles perhaps that would have been encountered along the way in the quest to ensure that victims are compensated. So I'm happy that yes, the Constitution here has actually won, and which is a good thing. But then again, I am asking, so now we are kind of back to square one. However, let me ask what KNCHR is doing in terms of perhaps what this compensation body would have done. Now that they have been given the mandate, I hope they will rise to the occasion and hasten this process. Yes, they should follow the law for sure. But perhaps now that they have been given all this trust, not only by the Constitution, but perhaps even by the people of Kenya, I think it's their time to actually rise to the occasion and do what is right and definitely what is just. What do you think, CT?
You know, what I'm not clear about is whether it is possible to create a vehicle specifically for setting the terms or the amounts and the manner in which this can be done. And actuaries can actually do this, because this is the work that insurance companies do.
Yes, indeed.
Okay? So when you have such a body, and it's clearly politically constituted, in the sense that the president moves this particular process and determines who should do this, you have to ask, was it possible for the Kenya National Human Rights Commission to have engaged an actuarist firm or people who are experts in this field to look at all the variables involved when considering compensation? Because, by the way, this is what they do. They do consider these things.
Yes.
When you have an accident policy, that's what it does. It determines how it is they should compensate you. So, again, they would have been in a position, in my opinion, to have advised on the parameters you need to look at when you're going to do this. Now, the historical aspect would have been needed and would have been provided for them. The length of time we're looking at it, and what it is that we are considered to be atrocities, and what it is that we are thinking is compensatable.
Yeah.
Yes, but that is my thought. But as to whether the president cannot form just a simple task force whose duty is to come up with that or oversee it, I am not certain. The court has pronounced itself on that and said this is the function of KNHCR. I understand, but KNHCR are not actuarists.
Yeah.
And in my mind, this was a function that should have been farmed out to people who understand this particular scope or this particular field of endeavor.
So according to this the ruling, In its finding, the court stated that KNCHR is the only body empowered to initiate, coordinate, and oversee measures relating to the identification of victims, assessment of harm, right? Something that an actuarist should do, and recommendation of appropriate compensation. Again, something that an actuarist can do. So, what am I saying? That perhaps in its mandate, that is now the KNCHR, in its mandate, they can find, maybe they outsource an actuarist to come and say that, look, we have found out that we have these 7,000 victims, for example. Can you assess and tell us how much it would take to compensate these people? So, to answer your question, perhaps, and this is of course an educated guess, perhaps they will do it.
The actual cranking and crunching of numbers, so that you can come up with a figure that would appear to represent the reality of compensation. An expert has to come in.
Right.
And there are people who actually do this for a living. Okay? The political body that was set up we normally call them task forces, they may have had an oversight role because, one, it is assumed that they will come with the history.
Yes.
So even as they talk about the nuts and bolts of the figures, the historical element and the circumstances are brought to bear on these fellows from a position of an oversight participation.
Okay.
Now, maybe all these things that I'm saying were considered, and it is I who's uninformed, but that, be that as it may, those are my thoughts.
The court said this, yeah? The court ordered that the report produced by the Presidential Advisory Team be handed over to KNCHR for review. So if the board, that advisory team rather, had already come up with modalities of compensating these victims, it might be found in the report. But also, because not everything is cast on stone. CEO Rights Commission ikona nini ya kusema ya kwamba tunamwandika fulani actuarist Sitimuga kwa mfano.
Kenya National Human Rights Commission, like other commissions that the government has said, is an independent commission, but they all suffer the same problem that the others, funding.
We had that conversation here yesterday with Justice Maraga.
Funding. There are those who argue that is how the state limits the powers or the let me use a word that may not be English, actionability of some of these institutions. Because if you don't have the means to do so, and the means are fueled by the funding, then you will not, most definitely not do a good job. Yes.
Aye. That's that. Let's check out the traffic in Nairobi.
Traffic.
So what's the situation like? I'm taking a look here at a map of the city, that is the CBD, from our elevated position. I can tell you for a fact, if you're in the Kilimani area, traffic is moving well for you. However, if you're at specifically this area called Ring Road Kilimani, if you're joining Gong Road, bumper to bumper. If you're heading towards Kindaruma Road, Uko mko sawa, lakini when you get to Chania Avenue, that's where you meet the mother load of traffic. You guys want to move for a while, but don't worry, things are not looking bad. Not that bad though. At the roundabout, Nairobi City Mortuary or Nairobi Funeral Home, that traffic there as you're heading towards Raila Odinga Way, coming through from Valley Road, I can promise you, you're going to be stuck there for a minute or two, but you will move after that. Haile Selassie Avenue, no complaints whatsoever. Where you will find another motherload of traffic is around the August 7th Memorial Park. That roundabout as you're heading towards Marikiti, if you're getting onto Moi Avenue, or rather coming from Moi Avenue, joining that roundabout, yes, you are definitely not moving at all. Like, this is literally at a standstill. Yeah, so poleni sana if you're on that particular road. And then another situation that I'm observing is on Jogo Road, sehemu ile ya Makadara pale, hapo kidogo kuna trafiki, lakini upande ule mwingine wa barabara, watu ambao wanaenda sehemu za Donholm hamna shida yote, kwa sawa kabisa. Manyanja Road, traffic ile iko pale ni ile ya mama, yani ile mother load of traffic. Don't worry, you will move after that. If you're exiting that particular roundabout and junction, no complaints coming through whatsoever. Kangundo Road, I can see a little bit of traffic if you're heading towards Kayole Spine Road. But yeah, the entire stretch of Kangundo Road not looking bad. That one obviously is because of the traffic, the T-junction that you will encounter at that particular area. let me zoom out and check out this area called Mombasa County, specifically on the island. I'm taking a look at Kaloleni kule hamna shida yoyote. Sheikh Abdullah, barabara iko sawa, mzima kule iko sawa, Kikowani no mzima. Problems.
Mzizima ama mzima?
Imeandikwa Mzizima. Mzizima pale hamna shida yoyote. Ziwani mko sawa, Luhar Wata mko sawa pale. Mwangeka Road hakuna shida yoyote. Moi Avenue pia naona iko sawa sawa kwa sasa. Pale ferry, Likoni ferry pale barabara iko bumper to bumper, lakini ni kwa sababu watu wanangoja kufanya nini? Kupanda ferry. Lakini barabara nyingine hazina shida yote. Kule Shelly Beach naona mko sawa. Likoni Ukunda Road no wahala whatsoever. And yeah, that's it for now as far as traffic is concerned. See anything you think I should know? Well, you know where to find me.
Traffic on Radio Generation.
Let us start with the Nairobian. Grim scenes, blood, glass, and nightmare. That is what is on the front page of the Nairobian. Toxic mix and a deep wound. After hours of testimony, digital forensics, and grisly photos, the case narrowed to a haunting uncertainty in that locked Kileleshwa apartment. Only Assad and Maxine knew what happened, and only one of them lived to speak. As the prosecution closed its case, the evidence pointed everywhere and nowhere at once, leaving the judge with a chilling paradox. Every trail of blood led back to a moment only the dead and accused witnessed. This story is on page 4 and 5. This is on the story of Maxine and Assad. These two were partners, and Assad died. And that is why this particular situation is still in the news. So, has the judge thrown out the case, or what is happening? So on page 4 and 5. Yeah, so rally star dead, girlfriend on trial. Chilling details emerge as DPP closes case on Assad Khan's death. So does it mean that Maxine is free to go?
Read the story.
Yeah? Let me just do that real quick. This is on page 4 and 5. So this is what they're saying. As the DPP closed his case against Maxine Wahome, police outlined blood trails, phone footage, and toxicology findings from the night rally driver Assad Khan suffered a fatal injury in the couple's Kileleshwa apartment. Blood on the stairs, living room floor, and balcony door, a shattered window, a penknife, whiskey, tobacco, drugs, packed bags in the corridor, and a shaky video of a young rally star sobbing into her phone. That is what they were going for as far as the evidence is concerned. So those are some of the haunting evidential images and sounds laid bare before the High Court in Nairobi as investigating officer Police Corporal Diana Angote and digital forensics expert Timothy Nyande walked the court step by step through the last known moments of Safari rally driver Assad Khan. So anyway, I think this case is over for Maxine unless new evidence emerges at some point in the future. So she's free to go.
Yes.
Now the brother Adil Khan called, this is now called the officer, Diana Angote. The brother Adil Khan called us to say that the patient was normal. I personally went to Avenue Hospital to verify he had passed on December 18th. Well, let me tell you as we exit this story. If you are angry with your partner, best thing to do is walk away. Violence is never the answer because now another situation also that ended in the death of someone is this story of Festus Oromo, who had a deadly fall and his situation is under investigation. This actually happened a few meters from this office, City Muga. Don't know if you're aware. There's a gentleman who fell to his death from the 14th floor.
14th is far.
Yep. Like a few days ago. I think it was over the weekend. And he was found naked after he fell. But there is a video that is currently doing rounds of a scuffle that was witnessed between him. He's, I think, like 25. And then his lover is in her 40s, I think 45, 48, thereabout. And there's like a scuffle. That is the last image they saw of him alive, where it's like this lady was trying to either push him out of the house, and then he, managed to struggle back in and close the door. Then the next thing they saw, another video shows him just falling on this particular vehicle. But before he fell to his death, there's a friend who had visited him and his girlfriend at the house. So ni kama alimsindikiza, akampandisha lift, wakateremka kwa chini, unajua unasindikiza tu mtu, then akarudi. So wakati aliporudi ndipo ile scuffle na demu yake ilifanyika. Then unfortunately this fellow fell to his death. So now the circumstances that led to him falling off a balcony,
if he did fall from the balcony,
yes, he could have thrown himself, we don't know, or he was thrown out, we don't know. So it is under investigation.
Okay.
Yeah. But again, I repeat, if you disagree with your partner, walk away.
It's tragic.
The Standard front page: Ruto betrayed you. This is what they're saying. Who are these people saying this? The NCCK chairman, Reverend Elias Otieno. Now, the church has unleashed one of its most blistering attacks yet on President William Ruto's administration, accusing it of crushing the poor, betraying the youth, and dragging the nation into a deepening crisis. In a searing statement, clerics warned that the country is a devastating nation, in quotes, teetering on the edge with corruption, election manipulation, and economic despair, fueling public anger like a ticking time bomb. So they've raised about 3 issues. Let me just read them out loud. Collapse of governance is the first one. The church accuses the executive and parliament of failed leadership, corruption, passing unjust laws, eroding democracy, and enabling election malpractice. Number 2, economic hardships. Clerics highlight soaring poverty, unbearable cost of living, company closures, mass unemployment, shrinking purchasing power, and the collapse of small businesses. And then number 3, failure of services. They cite a broken education system, starved of capitation funds, a failing tertiary sector, and an opaque, corruption-ridden social health authority. The Reverend Elias Otieno, who is the NCCK chair, said, "This state of despair and frustration, which is driven by injustice, is not sustainable. If the people of Kenya do not arise and rescue the nation, even the constitutional bonds that bind the nation together shall fall apart." That is the word of NCCK.
Yes, clearly you went to a school where when the Bible reading, there was always "here endeth the lesson," isn't it?
Yes, indeed.
So, this discussion about the current state of affairs in the country and the role that the debt that we have plays into it is something that we must discuss soberly, and it must be discussed in the most balanced way possible, looking at the facts of the issue. You see, one isn't certain about what it is that President Moi inherited in terms of public debt from
President Jomo Kenyatta.
It's not very clear, okay? But we are clear that for the 24 years beginning 1970 2022, the debt that the Moi government left was 692 billion.
Right.
That much we know. Okay? So that's what the Uhuru government inherited. Okay? The Uhuru government then proceeded to do something that quite astounding. They left a debt of 8.7 trillion. And 4.1 trillion of that debt was acquired in the last 5 years of his term. So the 8.7 trillion is what the debt that the Ruto government inherited.
Okay.
We are told we are now at something like 12 trillion or 11.something trillion. When you do the maths, you realize how much this particular government has borrowed. But the question that I'd like to ask is, in the time that this particular president this administration has been in power, are there any debts that they have acquired that have required repayment in the time they've been in power? The answer is no. So the debt portfolio that we have, the debt that is being paid, or the debt that has been acquired, is an accumulation of what Kibaki left and what Uhuru added on to it. So these are debts that are coming in due. All figures that we read and hear about indicate that almost 2/3 of what it is that we collect in revenue goes to paying debts. So we have what remains for us, just 1/3 to be able to meet all the needs that we have within the country. Okay? Now, go back to the Uhuru government. What is it that required the massive borrowing? Because when you look at the debt to GDP ratio of the Kibaki era, you have to understand what the debt to GDP ratio was in the Moi era. It was something like 63%.
Okay.
By the time Kibaki was through, because the money that was borrowed, the debt that was acquired, was actually used to expand the economy in ways that were visible, the debt to GDP ratio reduced to something like 41%. Okay? So the question is, what was Uhuru borrowing for? What was he borrowing for? Because if indeed the borrowing was to mirror Kibaki's borrowing, that mammoth amount that was borrowed, then we are saying that what it is that we had within the time, from the time Kibaki left, we should have seen an improvement that was almost fourfold, almost 400%. We don't see it. That is a simple fact. Okay? So now this government comes along, and you then have to ask, what were they borrowing for exactly? They were told what they borrowed, but the impact that it had on the economy, as it should, is not commensurate with the money that we borrowed. So this government comes along. Now they are borrowing, but the debts have come due. This is the thing. We pay something like 1.3 trillion in terms of debt. Okay? So when you pay this amount of money, and what you collect is 2-point-something trillion, we have a very clear idea of how much money we have. So when we say that the economy is in shambles, the details, if you ask me, are we have money that is being juggled. The needs are a constant. It's being juggled. There's money which is being appropriated. Look at all the things. There's appropriation seeming to go at the same pace, full steam ahead. There are the needs of the economy. Whatever we have and what this government is doing is a clear juggling act. You take this, you put it here. This one, so that it doesn't raise too much dust, you put it here. When that is quietened, you wait until you get some more money, you put it here. That, in my opinion, seems to be what is happening. Okay? Now, the problem with the Uhuru and the Ruto government is that when you look at their borrowing, the Uhuru government's borrowing is almost 4 times what it is that Kibaki. Just do the math. What Kibaki left. Okay? Kibaki left around, call it 2 trillion. And this guy left over 8 trillion. Just multiply that by 4. Okay? And there are those who argue that the debt we now have, in the time we've had, is almost of a similar magnitude compared to the debt that Moi had. So the question you're asking, and the question I would ask is, if these are the facts that we are dealing with, and these are things that people can check up on their own, it's in the public domain, ask yourself the question if the debt portfolio in any way mirrors any development process and progress in this country that should have cost us the 12 trillion that we're at right now. And the answer will be no, from my point of view. Somebody else may have a different point of view. So when we say the economy is in trouble, what exactly are we saying? Are we saying that the president is managing the economy? Are we saying that the excesses in the government? There are definitely very many excesses. I'm saying this.
Yes.
Give the problems we have proper context, because there are many.
I'll try and perhaps let me side with the NCCK for the sake of this argument. If we look at some of the issues they have raised here, because I'm sure they raised more than this, but this is what has been captured on the Standard. So I'll just go number 1, collapse of governance. And they said the church accused the executive and parliament of failed leadership, corruption, passing unjust laws, eroding democracy, and enabling election malpractice. Now, if I just look at this one alone, the executive has been accused of and the parliament of failed leadership. Is there failed leadership? I would say yes, if I'm being honest. There's so many things that parliament is supposed to do they haven't done. Tukianza tu na the last year's maandamano alone, parliament passed a law that they knew overwhelmingly Kenyans did not agree with. So in that regard, I will fault parliament. We have this whole issue of the 2/3 gender rule. I will fault parliament. We have this other issue of leader of majority, leader of minorities, whip here, whip there. Have they failed in that particular sector? They have failed in that particular sector. So as far as that is concerned, nitasema hiyo ni tick. Then Corruption and passing unjust laws. Corruption alone. Yes, we know there's rampant corruption in this country. Every other day, we hear of governors being indicted for one reason or another, but most likely it's because of a corruption case. One that comes to my mind is the one for Marsabit governor, about 700 million. Yes, close to $1 billion that him and his wife are accused of doing what? Embezzling. And many other governors as well. Let's not forget Machakos governor wa Vinya at one point ilisemekana sijui alipatikana na pesa sijui ngapi Dubai. And then we look at also the opulence within the cabinet. CSs have been accused of wearing clothes that are more expensive than people's entire salary since they were born. So is there an issue there? Yes, the church has called it out. Passing unjust laws hiyo tumesema ni kazi ya parliament wameanguka. Eroding democracy. We have heard of and seen of people being abducted, people being killed, people being actually even killed in custody, police shooting people in the streets. So who do we blame for that? We blame the government. And then last but not least, enabling election malpractice. We saw what happened in different areas of the by-election in last week. So that one, I definitely will fault this particular regime because they are the ones in power. Number 2, economic hardships. Clerics highlight soaring poverty. Tuliongea hapa na kina watu wa Oxfam wakatuambia venye poverty huku ni mbaya sana. And then unbearable cost of living. Again, they told us the people 46%, even something that the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics.
No, the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics put it at 39.6%, not 46. Where they got that 46 are the ones who know.
Hata mimi sijaangalia ya KNBS.
Mimi nimeangalia.
Haya. Sasa kama KNBS wamesema hivyo, tuna na ile ya KNBS at the very least 30, you said what? 39% of Kenyans are living under poverty.
That's what KNBS have said, but they give details of what they mean. This 46. Remember from day one when we read it in the paper, it's only this 46. Chief.
Kidogo iko na tashwishi.
Hapana.
Haya. Tuenda na hiyo ya KNBS. So hapo kuna shida. So unbearable cost of living, and 39% is quite a huge percentage.
It is extremely high.
Yes. Haya. Company closures. Companies zinafungwa. Hiyo nayo ni ukweli. I know relatives who are a victim of their companies shutting down. Mass unemployment. That one of course we know. Shrinking purchasing power. That one we also know. I know we've been talking about unga has gone down, but have we, and nyanya pia tunakumbuka tu akisema imeenda chini na kitunguu imeenda chini, but what is the price of rice? What is the price of milk? What is the price of bread? What is the price of the other commodities? And also just other things that are not necessarily food related. Nguo ni pesa ngapi saa hizi? And the collapse of small businesses. Businesses have shut down. I know of a buddy who is currently winding up his business, actually selling off some of the assets like fridges, desks, TVs, because it's like this thing is not working. Last but not least, on number 3, failure of services. They cite a broken education system. It's self-explanatory. Let's not talk about capitation. That one we can tunaweza kaa hapa hadi kesho. And then the education system is starved of capitation, a failing tertiary sector. I think they mean tertiary education sector, and an opaque corruption-ridden social health authority. So, has the church pointed out something that indeed is a problem? Yes, they have. And on the issue of debt that you talked about a few minutes ago, yes, indeed, this president has inherited a lot of debt that his predecessor had taken. But what is he doing about it?
Adding to it.
He's adding to it. So that means there's another president who shall come after him, who shall also have to deal with this particular issue. I remember I asked, I can't remember who it was. I asked, is it possible to run this government? We tighten our belts ile ya ukweli, wacha ile ya kusema tu kwa mdomo, but we tighten our belts ukweli. We say no more debt. We finish the development projects that were started by previous presidents, and then we hold on any new projects until things just get back to normal. And the answer was yes. So, if that can be done, why isn't this president doing it? Swala nyeti. So as much as I want to agree with you in terms of perhaps we are judging the president a bit too harshly,
I am saying contextualize it.
Contextualize the argument, right?
Yes.
And the whatever, what are they called? the accusations.
Contextualize it so that one understands exactly what it is that you're dealing with.
Yes.
When you're in power, your name will come up and you will be blamed because it is your government. But the role and the continuum of what governments are we must never lose sight, because the rain didn't start beating us with this government. It started beating us with the Uhuru government.
It did.
Yes.
It did. And I agree with you, City. You see, that's why I say, and yesterday even when we sat here with Justice Maraga, I even appreciated him and I told him, you know what I like about your because I've never seen it with any other politician we've ever
Neither
hosted.
have I.
The honesty in the fact that he even said, look guys, I am not a know-it-all. I am going to surround myself with experts. And he said it very well. He is an expert in law. But he said, in terms of economics, sitawadanganya tindakuja na answers. I will team up with economists. I will team up with doctors. And I'll team up with all these other experts in different areas so we can come up with a solution. And I wish other politicians would take the same route. So that we can actually come up with a solution whereby we are actually moving forward in a positive way. What I'm observing right now is the fact that we have taken all these debts in the Kibaki government. We've taken debts in the Uhuru government. Now we are taking debts in the Kenya Kwanza government. And if I'm being honest, I do not think these people are suffering the same way I am suffering on the ground. Sidhani President Uhuru anaifeel venye mimi nina feel. Okay, sidhani President anaitwa nani Ruto atafeel venye mimi nitafeel, sababu yeye akishamaliza wakati wake ofisini atakuwa na packs zenye atapatiwa security, atapatiwa mshahara kila mwezi na so on and so forth. Mimi saizi nikaretire my friend, of which siwezi retire, but leo nikakuwa siko radio generation, mambo yatakuwa magumu. Yeah, so I have to look at it from that perspective, because I know there's a debt that will be paid for decades to come. And my children, unfortunately, even those ones who've not been born, are already going to be paying that debt in advance. So the church is very right to raise this alarm and ring this particular bell that they're ringing so that something can be done.
Let me say this.
Yes.
I have been a critic of the church for not coming out strongly. And on this particular occasion, they have. I am not critiquing what they have said. I am saying contextualize it. There is nothing they've said which is false. But the forthright manner in which the good Reverend Doctor has come out is what I was speaking of. Come out and say it exactly as it is. In fact, by all means, be judgmental about it. Okay, so that it is understood that you're not mollycoddling it. You're actually saying it for what it is. That is good.
But I don't think this headline is what they said as it has been printed.
Bro, the headlines are supposed to get you to look at the paper and to buy it, for heaven's sake.
Martin Okul, good morning. He's saying everyone locked in hapa Trans Nzoia. The show is loud. Thank you, Martin, for tuning in. We also have Mugesku. Good morning, Mugesku. Tuko naye Trevor Savage. Chung Mutesia, good morning. How are you doing? And of course, our very own producer Ed Mombasa amesema tuko ndani. I want to take a look at some of the comments we have on Radio Generation YouTube channel. Acha nianze, nitaanza na nani hapa. Don Sabo amesema Mbuvi ya City Muga, are you sure our treasure CS lives in Kenya or always leaves Kenya? Oh, that's a very good question. Does he live in Kenya or does he leave Kenya?
Treasury CS.
Yes, that is CS Mbadi. Right. Kenya is slapping poor Kenyans with toll fees roads as they slumber in poverty just after housing levy. And these are some of the things I'm talking about.
These are some of the things that when you borrow money from the World Bank, they tell you must do.
My toll stations.
But all these tax people more do this. That is what happens when you borrow from. These are people, lenders of last resort. When you go to them, they know you've had it. So they tell you what they want to tell you.
Aya, Marit anasema good morning kings and queens. Big Daddy Cool anasema Don Saba, while I do understand your point, let's look at things in a different way. A Kenyan becomes more poorer when they lose time and spend long traffic hours than paying toll fees. Again, these are Kenyans who are actually saying exactly what is on the ground. I do not fancy toll fees, but I would rather pay money and save time. All right. Wanjala anasema good morning CT and Paul, tuning in from Tuda in Mombasa. Luke Ongoro anasema good morning RG, tuning from Nyakach, Adingo Opanga in West Nyakach, Kisumu.
Oh, that is remote. That is the Nyakach that now borders Homa Bay County.
Yes.
Yes.
Hugo Tester amesema toll fees should be on private roads or newly built roads which will serve as an alternative. Public roads that are free now should not be turned into a subscription. We will have this conversation again, by the way, as far as toll fees are concerned.
The experts in this particular field will bring them so that they can talk to us about it. Yes.
My take anasema in Europe and other developed countries, the churches are becoming emptied and emptier. The Kenyan church people need to be very careful not to get entangled in this dirty game called politics. All right. Yeah. Abraham Leting amesema watching live from Molo, Nakuru. Kudos. Thanks, folks. We want to get into the news right now. Then when we return, of course, the conversation takes place right here on the People's Breakfast.
Radio generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move your lips sway. Radio G's got your jam on.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Rwanda's President Paul Kagame and his DRC counterpart Felix Tshisekedi have signed a peace deal aimed at ending the long-running conflict in the region at a summit hosted by U.S. President Donald Trump in Washington. Ahead of the summit, there was an escalation in fighting in resource-rich eastern DRC Congo between government forces and rebels believed to be backed by Rwanda. Trump said the peace ceremony was a great day for Africa and the world.
We have come to the U.S. Institute of Peace to sign a historic agreement that will end one of the longest running conflicts anywhere in the world, with far more than 10 million people killed. Today we commit to stopping decades of violence and bloodshed and to begin a new era of harmony and cooperation between the Democratic Republic of the Congo and Rwanda.
Kenya's President William Ruto, who was at the ceremony, also hailed the peace deal as historic.
Today's signing of the Washington Peace Accord for Eastern DRC is not merely a monumental diplomatic milestone. It is a decisive act to end a devastating conflict that has scarred the region for decades. Mr. President, what you have achieved is not only transformative, it is consequential and historic.
4 people died and 6 others, including 2 police officers, were admitted to hospital with serious injuries on Thursday in Ikolomani, Kakamega County. This follows violent protests over plans to mine gold worth 680 billion Kenya shillings in the area. Ikolomani Deputy County Commissioner Geoffrey Mayama said the injured are being treated at the Kakamega County General Hospital.
Ambalo walisanyika wakazusha vurugu, ikawa vigumu kwa maafisa ambao walitakikana kwenda kukutana na wananchi kufika kwenye eneo la mkutano, na hata wananchi wakazuiwa kwenda kwenye mkutano huo. Kuna watu ambao wamehusishwa katika hali ya kupanga hii vurugu, kwa sababu hapo mwanzo kulikuwa na vijana wachache, lakini ghafla vijana wakawa wengi zaidi, kana kwamba kuna wengine walifanywa nini, wameletwa.
Deputy President Kithure Kindiki has issued a stern warning to armed criminals behind a wave of banditry in Meru County. The DP declared that the government will escalate security operations to eliminate the threat and restore lasting peace in the region. Kindiki said the state has already deployed additional specialized security personnel alongside more national police reservists to the affected areas. The government is focusing on strengthening and expanding non-custodial sentences as a viable option to decongest Kenyan prisons. The state is piloting community probation volunteers in Siaya County as it seeks to make community correction systems more effective. Correctional Services PS Naomi Biako adds that the move is also set to enhance community integration and reduce cases of re-offending.
These female offenders who can serve probation orders come and stay in this environment that is a home away from home, and they can be rehabilitated. And very often their offenses range from child neglect of the family, petty offenses like brewing changa and such like things, which is predominantly caused by poverty. Community probation volunteers, they come from the community, like teachers, retired nurses, retired pastors, or even working pastors.
And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning. I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor!
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Welcome back. This is the People's Breakfast on Radio Generation on 88.8 FM in Nairobi, 90.7 in Mombasa. A very good morning to you if you're just joining us. You can also find us on our social media spaces, and we are live on our X account that is at Radio Gen KE. And when I say live, I mean like literally live. You can watch and interact, comment, let us see what you have to say. I see here Siti Muga. CS John Mbadi is trending. Why? Let's find out why he's trending. Could it be the question about he's been around? So this thing about selling Safaricom shares. So he apparently we are selling about, or rather the government. I remember we are also the government. The government is offloading about 15% of its shares pale Safaricom. Sasa watu wanauliza what's going on? Yeah. And of course this is part of what the CS is in charge of, just taking care of our assets, whether he's buying them or selling them. It is what it is. So the CS is currently trending for very many reasons. You can check that out on X. Now there's this comment I want to read out for UCT by my Take 2.0, and he says these churches are the same churches. These are the same church people who told us that huyu mtu ni wa Mungu, and by huyu mtu of course they mean the president. You see this kind of damage these hypocrites do to the word of God, because now people doubt what they preach. What do you think about this whole situation, my friend?
When you are an institution that is charged with a certain moral authority over people, you're a religious organization, the bar that will be set for you to actually maintain with regards to your participation in the national discourse is fairly high. For a long time, I have been of the feeling that the church had joined mainstream politics.
Yeah.
And in so doing, they had completely compromised
themselves.
Yes. But that seems to have changed. We had a bishop with us here.
Bishop Ndeda.
Yes. And the bishop spoke with clarity. We've had a Reverend Tino here. He spoke clearly. The position that the church takes has to be a position that aligns itself with the welfare of the citizenry. It is their mandate and their job to speak up for the disenfranchised. It is required of them to speak truth to power. It is required of them. It's biblical. So when they do so, they may be criticized, but that is the right thing. They may be coming from a period where they were in the doldrums and didn't speak out quite in the same way. But now that they're doing it, they must be applauded. We must laud them for the thing that they are doing and say, you are on the right path. But beyond coming to the print media and media in general, this is something that must be carried out in the pulpits. And it must be continuous, it must be regular. So that people who, because when it comes to these religious institutions that refer to churches and mosques, all these fellows whom we refer to as political leaders go to these places. Their followers go to these places. The people who support them go to these places. So when this message is preached, they will hear it. One prays their consciences may be pricked so that they may understand the need to do what is correct. When you talk about doing right by people,
Yes.
I once mentioned to you Isaiah 58. I particularly like it for a very simple reason, because it talks about the fast that the good Lord approves and likes. It is not the burning of fat ram or the sacrifices. No. Setting the captives free, okay? Ensuring that those who are disenfranchised, I'm paraphrasing here,
Yes.
get help, widows get helped, okay? Meaning the welfare of the citizenry has to be improved. When those in leadership do that, that is the sacrifice that is acceptable and pleasing in the eyes of God. Again, it is not I, it is biblical.
Yes.
Okay? So when those who are charged with such duties take up their role and they pursue it vigorously, they are to be congratulated and they should be supported. Yes. Just like when they were not doing it, they were chastised and were told, you're doing wrong. You're not doing what you should do.
Yeah.
You are letting people down. That's your job. Now they've risen to the occasion, they must be lauded. And that is the entirety of the religious fraternity in the country. Yes.
Wacha tuone venye watapan out, because again, like you said, as you started your statement, is for a very long time the church was very silent, and it is true.
Bwana.
It is true, they were very silent.
Walikuwa let down kubwa.
Na sasa wameanza kuongea, wameanza kusema kile wanasema. So I don't think we should complain when they're speaking out.
Actually, the thing is, the church also must be held to account. There are times somebody will speak out and what they're saying will not necessarily chime with anything you can refer to as the truth. And they must go, bro, sorry.
Kidogo.
Tafadhali.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you know, also the church, and that is something that Bishop Ndeda reminded us when he was here. He told us that the church deals with people all the time, and these are the same people who work in government, same people who work in our houses, our homes, same people who drive us to work in the matatus and the Ubers and so on and so forth. So when they speak, they also speak with the authority of understanding that they are working for people, and they know where the shoe pinches on their behalf, because they get this information firsthand.
The complaints were because they hadn't always done it.
Yes. Right.
That is why the complaint was there.
Tumepatiwa peremende hapa kwa studio.
Tumepewa hii peremende na brother Alas hapa.
Wacha tumpatie a proper introduction. Abdullahi Alas, a very good morning to you and welcome to Radio Generation.
Good morning to you and good morning to Kenyans.
Tuko salama sana.
I'm sorry I'm late for 10 minutes.
No, you are hardly ever late, so if you're late, there must be a good reason.
Actually, you're only late by 2 minutes, which is not a big deal.
Yes, it is.
Is it?
It is.
Yeah.
I'm not supposed to be late. Yes.
Sawa. Lakini umefika. Wanasemanga better late than never. Welcome once again.
Thank you very much.
We were just talking about this situation that is in the country. I don't know if you've had the chance to look at what is on the front page of the Standard. For instance, the church has accused the president of a couple of things, including the collapse of governance, economic hardships, failure of services. For example, they were talking about SHA, corruption-ridden institutions, issues to do with capitation, university funding model, and so on and so forth. Do you agree with these accusations?
Well, I don't think it's a point of agreeing or not agreeing. I think it's a point of why. I remember back then, in 2021, we discussed the same thing with Senior here and Eric. You see, there is a country, there is people,
yes,
and there is a system.
Right.
Now, what the system does is it creates a perception through narratives, and then the system creates bogeymen. Like what you see now.
Yeah.
Two types of groups. Let's say the Gashawa group, the Ruto group, the who else? Mudavadi, Nani, Kalonzo group these things. You see, these are groups that are what Sakros and others will call illusion of power. The people were meant to be told that when they vote, they have rights. I don't think that's a right. That's a responsibility. Now they were meant.
Wait, the right to vote is a responsibility, or you're saying voting is a responsibility?
Voting is a responsibility.
Okay, yes, I agree.
Responsibility in the sense that you're deciding who is going to rule on your behalf. What they call the delegated power.
Okay.
Now, in that sense, now what is going to happen is the populace, they are going to be marshaled through songs, through illusion groupings, CC, them, the right wing, the left wing, all these things. Now, the players are the politicians, but the theater where the plays are happening, where the spectators and actors in the same play. What am I saying? What I'm saying is the society. Why will you think in 62 years we're having problems? Because we have been taken through an education system that does not promote thinking.
Really? It doesn't promote
it? Doesn't.
No, it
because
doesn't. Rote learning.
Yes. You see, thinking means when my 3-year-old son tells me, Daddy, keep quiet. He's 3 years old.
Yes.
Why do you think he's telling me keep quiet at 3 and I was not able to tell my dad keep quiet? You see, he's growing up in a different environment. His mom is a senior nurse. His dad is an educated person. He's not struggling to get food.
Yeah.
I was struggling to get food. So I had no time to think.
Okay.
I was just following the instructions. Go to school, pass exams, you get an A, you feel very good, as if A makes you a better human. It doesn't. You see, so we are conditioned to behave. Someone comes to work at 8, they wake up at 6, they come to 8, they work for 40 years, and then all of a sudden they look at themselves. What have you done? You've just been participating in an illusionary theater of absurdity, political absurdity. So this country had players. Kenyatta was a player in a system. It's controlled by the economical bloc. It's controlled by corporations. So unless Kenyans sit and say, wait a minute, what is all this noise for? Because I saw the president was in Washington yesterday.
Yes.
They signed about 320 something billion. Do you know, if you take time to read the control of budget reports, you go to Treasury, you go to Central Bank, and you get those documents, and you stop the noise for some time.
Yes.
And if you know something about numbers and policy, and then you go through them, we lose 760 billion in a year in corruption, wastage, recurrent expenditure. You see, all this. The Auditor General reports that 32 billion was used in 45 days. So you see, our problem is we do not have people who are thinking for the people in the helm of power. You see, Halwale was talking the other day about how he was given a GK car and some security. And he was telling the president, really? Yeah, because gratification and satisfaction doesn't come from material wealth.
Yeah.
It doesn't, because money can buy you things, but it will not give you happiness. Because if you have been drinking the whole of last night, you have been sleeping around with prostitutes, then in the morning you will regret what you did last night. Because you are not thinking. Thinking means, why am I in this world? What am I doing? Why am I in charge of these things? I told you, I'm in charge of a hospital.
Yes.
In 6 months, we have cleared 7 million debt. Where was that money going before? It's not that I'm better than them. No, I made a decision that no one is going to steal money. We will seal all the loops that nonsense payment of nonsense money, this and that. Because you hear this facilitation. Facilitation is a way of stealing.
Yes.
Because I am given salary. I'm a doctor. I'm a CS. I'm an MP. Take your money. Take your allowance. Go back home. Now, if you look at this country, we are passing laws every day.
we are.
The people passing laws are people we elected. They do what we call consultation in terms of public participation. No. The guys who do public participation are gatekeepers for the power, the powers that be.
Yes.
So, because when you talk of a financial document like the budget, I don't know whether you've seen the budget, how huge it is. It's very big. So the person who can go through that item is a person who has spent like the last 20 years in issues of finance.
All right.
Okay? He has been trained, let's say, in BCom, finance, CPA, this, that. You go to your grandmother back in the village and you talk to her about physical discipline or financial expenditure. You're abusing the mother. Talk to Mbuvi, who was at least going to school, who was taken through a system, who will believe he's thinking, and then he's going this. So our country has issues of thinking,
right?
Has issues of people with less credible. There is no character. We are meant to believe that if you drive a V8 and you have a watch that is costing 30 million Kenya shillings and your shoes is 200,000 Kenya shillings, you're a better person.
But going back to this whole issue of the accusations that are leveled against the president, and of course taking into account what you've just said.
Yeah, I was trying to paint a picture of why we are here. President Ruto is a product of a system.
Okay.
And I want sometimes maybe our reasoning, the complexity of some issues will cloud our judgment as Kenyans. So I read somewhere, I think it's a German book or somebody.
Yes.
Said, why do you think always fools are elected to offices? Or idiots? Because the common man finds the understanding of a person of city's caliber too complex in his thinking. Why? He spent 40 years, 30 years in either reading or working or training
or both
or everything
or all, yes,
or all of them. Now when you see 20 years to come, I told you we did a farm in my village.
Yes.
They told me I'm mad. They told my dad, what is wrong with your son? 20 years ago he went and then he's coming back to do a farm. But when we did the model farm and then they started seeing things,
the fruits,
then my dad was telling them, who is mad now? That village today, malnutrition has gone down by 60%. What am I saying? What I'm saying is Kenya is not short of brains. Kenya is not short of money. President Ruto alone cannot change this country.
Okay. There's something that the American president said
Which particular president?
Trump. He's the only American president we have now. Others are retired.
They're retired, but they're referred to as, when you say I'm an American president, even the former presidents are presidents.
They're more than 49.
Yes, so that's why I asked which one.
When I refer, I'm referring to the current one.
When you say current, then we're not in doubt as to who you're speaking of.
So President Trump, just a few days ago, he said that he's blocking visas from certain countries, third world countries, but you could clearly see that he's targeting Muslim majority countries, and he for whatever reason he's probably calling people terrorists and so on and so forth. I mean, even in his previous administration he did say that this continent and some countries actually alitumia majina derogative. So you can clearly see there's a certain agenda, and he's obviously targeting and profiling. What are your thoughts in regards to that?
But did you ask why is that happening? The why is always very important.
Why?
Why is there are people of the Somali descent who had allegations and taken to court over issues of misappropriation of funds.
Yeah.
Okay? It's genuine. If a thief is a thief, whether he's a Somali or any white or black, a thief is a thief, a thug is a thug. Are we dramatizing it? Yes. America is a country that is comprised of societies: blacks, white, gays, lesbians, blue eyes, small nose, big nose, black hair, white hair, all this. This is a creation of the chocolate of what Allah created in this world, that we have created you to be nations. But now the West against Islam, it's not about Somalis. Against Islam is issues of belief, issues of historical believe us against them. I'm telling you. So the American system decided in 2000 that they're going to invade more than 7 Muslim countries. They did. What they did not know is where will they go. They went to the West. Yeah, you've destroyed Somalia. Where do you expect Somalis to go?
Yeah.
Yeah, you broke some black down guys. You call us the black skin. Okay, the black skin is now in Minnesota. Welcome to the real world. They're in Europe. They're in Germany. You destroy Syria.
Yeah.
You destroy Somalia. Where do you expect the people to
Afghanistan.
go? 7 countries, I told you. They have already destroyed. The last one standing is maybe Iran right now, and they are fighting it. Why do you think they cannot fight Pakistan?
Why?
Because Pakistan has nuclear. But still they have issues with India and all these problems. Now, this is a cabal of corporations worldwide who are doing business. If there is no war, where will you take the guns? People have to die for people to make money. Unfortunately, that is the world we live in. So the issue of the Somali, I think it's being dramatized.
Dramatized by who?
Both Trump himself.
Because I actually saw an MP yesterday. I'm forgetting his name.
Mohamed Ado and Sulega Halbale from Mandera.
Right.
I saw their responses.
Yeah.
Sometimes there are things we exaggerate. That Somalis are this, Kikuyus are that, Kambas are this. There are people who think that self-gratification and self-fulfillment of praise, which is very dangerous in a society, that every society has. Gachagua and co will believe that the economy is controlled by central Kenya, which to some extent is true, meaning they have stolen from governments since 1960, especially those. I'm not talking about guys who are doing in business, no, I'm talking about the guys who have stolen from government. I told you before, and I'm telling you now, Trump is an immigrant from Germany. Okay? The Prime Minister, I think, or the Chancellor from Germany took his grandfather's birth certificates to him in State House the other day. We are all
White House, you mean?
White House, yes.
Okay.
So what I'm saying is we are all descendants of. We came from places. Maybe Somalis came from Somalia side. They settled in Northeastern. There are those of us who came from Congo. I mean,
we are all immigrants.
We
in
are
this
all
country.
yes. The world is millions of years old. So someone somewhere.
We came from somewhere.
The plot you have now was someone's plot before. The house you rented down someone. So the politics of Trump is he's playing to the gallery of the US. He's an American, according to him. Unfortunately, Ilhan is an American who is of a Somali descent. Trump is an American of a German descent. We have African Indians and black Indians from place. So the drama you see now, I told you it's a theater globally. And in the world, because today is one small one. We are seeing it because we have social media. But these things used to happen. If you look at Second World War, First World War, when I went to Norway the other time, they were killing each other in as early as 18th century, 17th century. They were hunters and gatherers. But today they are cradles of the best
In
in
fact,
the
they
world.
were constantly at war
At war.
with their
Bergen
neighbors.
was a Viking.
Constantly.
Murdering each other, 600,000, a million.
We actually even have royals in Germany who are no longer royals, but they still hold titles. Because of those wars.
So now today, Europe is being championed or fashioned as one of the best. But people don't look at the history. So today, Norwegians are living one of the best life, like Finland, Denmark, you see. So it came through a process. We are going through that process. Those countries are like 120 years old. We are 60 years old. But I think if we had... Why do you think Singapore became the way it did? A man made a decision that I'm going to do the unexpected. Because for you to implement revolutions, you need to be mad. Mad in the sense that you see 20, 30 years from today.
Actually, what you're mentioning is true, but also from a different perspective. Yesterday, we were hosting former CJ Maraga, and he said that what Lee Kuan Yew did in Singapore, he had to have a firm hand and ensure that things had to be done. One of the things that he eradicated, or rather took care of, I don't think he did it 100% perhaps, is he dealt with corruption. And you have to be a mad person to deal with corruption in this day and age, as you're putting it.
No, for you to speak truth, for you to have character, for you to be honest, you need to be mad.
You will be considered mad.
No, you have to be mad. Mad in the sense that you're doing things that are not ordinary. You're doing things that people don't want to do.
Right.
You're doing things that the ordinary man cannot say. Because there is a difference, I told you, between a man who trained and read and went to school and research for 20 years and a young boy who read stuff from social media. You know, Perplexity now is giving you information. So if you go to Perplexity and download 15 pages and read, it doesn't make you an expert. It doesn't. So the country and what we happening is happening globally. If you look at the American Senate, Schumer, Pelosi, and all of them,
right?
Even Harris. If you look at her income or her worth before she became a vice president, and now that she's a vice president, was after that, it hiked by 10-20%.
Right.
If you go to the cabinet secretaries in Kenya, they had 100 million in 3 years. They came back with 300. So there's a system in place globally that it is very sophisticated for the ordinary man.
Yes.
Like what's happening between Malava and Mbere.
Okay.
We don't have Somalis in Mbere, but the guys who were fighting were supporting two. I told you, power is illusion.
Hatuwezi kosa Msomali mmoja mbele.
No, I'm saying the community who were voting and vying and this. These are Merus or Embus or Nyeris in central Kenya. But there are two groupings. Because they were meant to believe that the deputy president Kindiki Wamudende is better than
anyone else.
Muturi. You saw what Muturi did to a young man.
The one who was
physically
apparently bribing voters.
Yeah, you see, when you bribe, Muturi is an advocate of the High Court. He was a former magistrate. He was a former speaker.
Yes.
What he will have done is he will have called the police. But the same police he believes are not going to do the right thing. So we are taking the law in our own hands. The motorbike who brought me is from Kisumu. He told me they are all thieves because I have conversation with Kenyans. They are all thieves.
He told you these politicians are all thieves.
And he mentioned the names, which I'm not going to mention.
Okay.
But now, when the voter, the ordinary Kenyan, 26 years old, 30-year-old, believes that from the executive to judiciary to parliament to the government, everyone is a thief, that is a society that is a problem. It's a time bomb.
But it is because they have shown us that indeed they have that capacity to thief from us, and they've actually done it.
Yeah, they've done it to do the legal means.
Paul, let's pause for a second.
Yes.
When we say they, if indeed all the politicians and all civil servants stole, there'd be nothing left. When you talk about a system, there are people who control it. It isn't everybody.
It is not, yeah.
It is some people and their cronies. The dynamics of a system always has a historical context, and it must be understood.
Yeah.
Okay? You've heard me tell you on many occasions that when people are traumatized, the likelihood of them inflicting trauma on other people is extremely high.
True.
The Americas, as we know them, the people who started going, they were people who could not live in Europe. They had issues in Europe, okay? Religious persecution, hunger, they were dying. They are people who are looking for a second chance in life. In those days, you could just walk into America. Now, they left a country or countries that were ruled by kings.
Yeah.
Who, as we Kenyans said, walianyaswa vizuri kabisa. It is why they were very clear in their minds about the freedoms that they wanted. They did not want that system. But then what did they do? The first thing they do was they sought to exterminate the people they found there. I mean exterminate. They were not fighting a war. They were exterminating these people. And then they decided, after taking their land, to put them in some semi-arid places that were called homelands or whatever name you want to give it. The traumatizing. You come into politics and you're talking about a nation that, especially the southern part, was built on the back of slavery. By the time the Constitution was being written, slavery was still in America. So when they wrote and spoke about the things that they said, we the people, you think they were referring to slaves as well?
They were referring to the whites.
Landowners who probably owned slaves and people who had privilege. The fight you see, part of it has to do with the privilege that they had and privilege which they feel they are losing when other people come in. They have forgotten how it is their forefathers came there. They actually begin to feel that that land is theirs. They actually came in from some other place to that particular land. Now, where Abdullahi is right, the narrative that you create to support the system and the things that you are doing. They built America. It's the same story that we heard in South Africa.
Yeah.
You disenfranchise an entire nation. You are 10% of that population, and you say, we built the nation. On whose back did you build it? Who we mind? Did you come with the minerals? You found the minerals in that country. There were already people in that country. The wars that Europe had for centuries, not decades, they simply transported those same ideas of theirs and their thinking when they came to these various places. So when you talk about Islam, first it was the communists who were the enemies of America. In the 50s, Senator McCarthy and his people really persecuted people. It's a different story.
McCarthyism.
Yes.
Yeah.
Then Islam then became the next group of people, or the Muslims became the next group of people whom you could. And you know why? Because they were seen as different.
Isn't that why we hate people anyway?
No,
as
it
human
is
beings.
why when you are uninformed, you forget that the diversity is what makes you rich and what makes you you then focus on not understanding the differences so that you can accommodate it, but you prefer to relate to that difference through hatred. Okay? Now the narrative comes in because those who are in positions in America, it's different. It's not just politics. The system that Abdullahi speaks of is a system that is controlled by those who have the means.
They are not even there. They are the invisible ones.
They have the means.
Yes.
They are the ones who determine even who the politicians are.
Yes.
They determine. The fight that America has currently has to do with the capitalistic system that they have.
Okay.
It's extractive. We talk about laws and taxes here. Theirs is worse. Rich people are not taxed
They are not.
to the degree that they should be. In fact, one almost argues they're almost exempted. You hear of the term oligarchs, and you use the term with reference to a place like Russia.
Bonjours.
The narrative and those who control it will be smart enough, as Allah says, to be invisible so you don't see them. But they always have people whom they support through that particular system of theirs, so that these are the people who run. How do you have a country that tells you it's a first world country, the best country in the world, and they have a population that is continuously growing of homeless people?
Yes.
How do you explain that one?
Yes.
Homeless.
Almost 50-60 million.
How do you explain?
Yes.
How do you explain it?
That's a huge chunk of their population.
Yes.
Even if it was 100,000, how do you explain it? How do you explain such a thing when you have such extremities? Something in the end, that system broke a long time ago, and that brokenness is what someone like Trump magnifies, because
He's using it now.
there's no way that man could have been elected as president if there was no supporter base of people who actually thought like he thinks.
If you've watched the Kenya Human Rights Report,
Yeah.
Who owns Kenya, and Oxfam released a report the other day on who owns this country, and I've said it before. Unless we get a mad president, mad in the sense that, you see, every human being is greedy. I want to steal. I want to have everything that another human being has. But you need to question yourself. If you steal, and if you are doing all these things, we are not angels. We make mistakes, yes, but not mistakes in the same of stealing from a poor mother, or a doctor stealing from the hospital and taking the machines and the drugs to his hospital. The guy is a surgeon. He's an orthopedic. He's this, he's that. Another one is a teacher. He's stealing the money for capitation. The officer at the accounts is stealing money from the per diems. So it's a country where everyone is either a thief, a potential thief, or a thinking thief. That's a very serious society. The society needs to live and say, for you to eat, you don't need to go to school. For you to think, you don't need to go to school. You need just have the ability to question things. And intelligence is not because you got an A.
Yeah.
You just conformed and follow rules, and then you are best performer in the theater of absurdity more than others. because you thought this is what's going to give you. There's a time, I think, Bidamin Demo wrote an article about why the A's always work for the C's. So our problem as a country is, look at the people who own arable lands in this country.
Okay.
Look at the people who own ranches in this country. Look at the people who you are told they are worth 2 billion, 4 billion, 5 billion. What have they ever produced? Nothing. There is no difference between three of us here and those guys who have bought choppers. They got an opportunity to serve, then they abused the opportunity, and then they made deals, and then they got kickbacks, whether it's in terms of contract or in terms of coalition with other people.
Or shareholding.
Today, if you want to get a job in Kenya, there is no meritocracy. You have to pay. I was just told in some departments, you would pay up to $1 million. I don't have $1 million. If I had 1 million shillings that is mine, I would have been doing farming. I did not go to school to eat. I went to school to learn, to see perspective, to read, the ability to do things for my own. So that I have self-satisfaction about, at least I don't queue in a passport and then tell someone else, please read here for me.
Actually, even when you graduate, you're told, go read.
You've been given power to
read. You see?
Yes.
So that means that you've been given the
ability to read, write, and
understand for yourself.
Yeah. But now that will come back to your character from what either you have grown up. Like most of the things I do, I saw it from my granddad. He was 97. He was born in 1907. He died in 25 years ago. And I always find very fascinated about him, because a man who was born in 1907, raised 8 children, took some of them to school, has grandchildren today. All his kids have either going to school, or they have animals, or they have something to eat. At least they are not begging anyone. They have life. That was a very intelligent old man at that time, raising 6 kids from 1907 to 2000. That is like 94 years old. So we go to school so that we have the ability to think and research and see perspective, so that after we shuffle all these things, we look at a perspective or a process that is going to work for us. That's why I always say Northeastern can feed Kenya. But since 1963, people have been saying Somalis, Sisi, against. So these are things that have been created by those in power. But it doesn't mean that there is no poverty in Bomet.
Abdullahi, there was a policy from colonial times. It was a policy, documented policy, which demarcated areas of the country that were considered productive or non-productive.
Yes, the secession paper.
Yes. Investment that was given by then the colonial government and seemed to have been followed
which
by
was
the
a fallacy.
Government. Absolute fallacy.
Yes.
Northeastern province was deliberately marginalized, and the policy was followed to the letter, because the narrative you speak of, the narrative was it is not productive.
Yes.
So we do not need to give them. Yes. And that is why Northeastern province remained behind for as long as it did.
50 years.
Yes. The issue that came up was the Shifter War.
The 1963 one.
Yes, but
67, sorry.
But you see what we don't speak about, and this is now what happens with revisionism. The reality is one thing, and then the narrative that is being spun is quite another. Ask yourself the question: why would somebody want to secede? The narrative was because they said they are Somalis. No, they were marginalized.
Yes.
They did not see the need. They wondered, but if we were supposed to be in Kenya and nothing happens here, and it was deliberate by policy. In all honesty,
the Indemnity Act, there are many laws that were passed.
My friend, you are forgetting in this very country.
But I have a question.
After the 2013 elections, 2017 elections,
yes,
ODM and their allies brought up this matter of secession again. We don't talk about it, but they did. And the argument was this: we are never going to win an election here. We win an election, it is stolen. We win, it is stolen. So, fanyeni hivi, nyinyi, you stay with that place of yours, and the people who support you, let us stay with ours, and you run your government the way we want, let us run ours the way we want.
The cost was the same.
Yeah, marginalization is a serious thing. People who feel marginalized will ask themselves, why are we participating in this thing which in our mind is a sham called a country, when we don't benefit from the country? Why don't we just do our own thing? It's something that history should teach us and we should learn well. When you encourage policies that determine that other people remain marginalized. The American thing that I was speaking about, right now, we borrow domestically, and we borrow more domestically than we borrow from external sources. Who do we borrow from? Insurance companies have what? Money. Government institutions like NSSF have what? Money. Banks have money. If you look at the country of Kenya, there are very many banks, huge banks, that are owned by locals. Same with insurance companies. The others, they partner with external forces. So when these people buy government bonds, they just get richer.
Yes.
It's not really
And
complicated.
who is suffering in that same sense?
Yes, it's not
Yeah,
complicated.
small SMEs, small businesses. There is no liquidity in the country currently.
Yeah.
If you speak to people, a very senior financial consultant told me yesterday that the biggest problem President Ruto has is KRA. Every 1,000 they collect,
Yeah.
there is 2,000 they collect for themselves.
Huh?
Every 1,000 they collect, they collect 2,000 for themselves.
So they actually collect 3,000.
3,000.
But what is given to the government is 1K.
2,000. Yes, 1K. Now, there is information I sent to Edna this morning that was shared through by someone sent it to Nyakundi about what someone does
Yeah.
there. Now, this country, everywhere you go, there are people in charge of the system. Like the police who collect 50 shillings. Do you know how much that money is of the whole country? If you did some research, it's billions.
Of course.
And the billions go up to
The top.
the top. It's the same everywhere. If this country...
Is that not the same issue that got this young man called Ojwang killed?
Yes. Yes.
It's an enterprise.
It killed Msando. It killed Jacob Juma. It killed JM Kariuki.
I thought Msando was killed because he was
No,
IEBC,
he's talking
right?
about the system.
Oh,
The system.
Sorry. Okay.
Well, you know, the money and the system are intertwined.
Okay.
Now, what the government does across the world, I had the advantage of reading CIA books and FBI books just to understand the logic of how these guys work. Now, when they find you're like the guys who abuse the government, there are things that the people don't care. You've had Obina on his show saying when he interviewed Rigathi Gachagua,
Yes.
there were people in the system who wanted to kill him.
To kill Obina now.
Yes.
Okay.
And when they reported to him that huyu wacha to deal na yeye, he reported himself in the verbatim
Okay.
that said, wacheni na vijana wadogo, sasa mkisumbua watu kama hawa. So I told you there's a shadow government somewhere. And majority of the people leading this shadow government are illiterate. Very illiterate. Because there is no way you will convince me to kill someone. That's why Al-Shabaab uses people between 16, 14 to 19 or 23.
So between 14 to 23.
23.
These are young people.
These
whose
are very young
minds have
people.
not fully formed.
The people who kill for government and the security are below 29.
They're recruited actually when they're very
No, they are 18. Kenya, we recruit from 18. But the people who are used to kill, they carry unmarked cars. They're very young. They do the covert operations for government, the dirty business. And majority of them end up dying. Because everybody in this country who investigated Robert Ouko died. Whether in the security sector or whatever.
They didn't die of old age?
Hakuna.
They were, even if you did not want to believe in conspiracy theory, you are investigating the death of a senior government official. And everybody involved, one way or the other, just keeps dying.
Yes.
Keeps dying.
There is a security
Keeps
consultant
dying.
missing in this country.
Bijiwe.
Bijiwe. Where is he?
No one knows. Well, I mean, we are waiting for the report from
Do you think he's
DCI.
alive?
I honestly don't know.
You see.
I wouldn't speculate on that.
We will speculate that most of the people who are a threat to a system, they're either discredited. Did you listen to Wafula Buke?
No.
If you listen to Wafula Buke, you will know that anyone who is a threat to the system will be finished completely.
You're either discredited, bribed, or
Economically, family, arrested, tortured.
Abdullah, let me ask a question.
Yeah.
You see, it's something that what you're discussing is something I've grappled with in my mind.
Yeah.
This government, after the Gen Z uprising and demonstrations, young people were killed, some were abducted.
Yes.
And I asked the question. The blame, this one was fast-tracked when directly president was blamed. No intermediaries. So I asked the question, how does the president gain when a young man is killed? Or how does he benefit? Because are you saying that the intelligence services cannot tell him that, my friend, this is what is likely to happen? These are information gatherers. They gather information on a daily basis.
And they analyze it.
Daily. Are you saying, and by the president's own word, he gets rodded. He is told every morning without fail, he's given a briefing. So he
From
knows.
the chief.
Yes.
In the village.
Yes.
Yes.
So why would he allow something that clearly will put him at a huge disadvantage?
I think the question is answered by even the way God created us. That's why God has hell and heaven. There are people who will go to hell because they will do things that are unholy. I think it's in the book of Matthew. When you look at a woman with the intention of having sex, it's a sin.
When you lust.
That's the thing. So if you read all books, people of the holy books, Torah, Injil,
Bhagavad Gita.
all of them, all of them. Because as a Muslim, we only have Quran as the fourth. There were 3 other books that were revealed before.
Oh.
So we only know of mentioned, the book of Psalm, the book Prophet Abraham, Prophet Musa, all these guys, prophets.
Okay.
Now, when you look at human beings, we all have the animalistic, behavior, but we suppress it. That's why you will not step on the head of your son or daughter. There is a human feeling that tells you he is your son and what you're doing is wrong, consciously and subconsciously. The president is a product of a system. Okay? A lot of things have been accused, allegations were made against him. But the president alone cannot change Kenya. We need a 360 degrees turn off from this country. Even in the next 5 years. 2021 we were discussing the same thing.
Yes.
21, 22, 23, 24, 25. It's 5 years down the line. 1974 and 75 when J.M. Kariuki was discussed, was killed, murdered. He said there are 10 millionaires and 10 billion beggars. 10 millionaires and 10 million beggars. Now, Nyandarua then, was in Nyandarua in his constituency, had piped water. Now, if you look at Dindi Nyoro, Ababu Namwamba, Muhammad Ali, Kwale County, Muranga County, why are they doing better than other counties? Why is the CDF 174,000 million, about 70 that goes to the field when you deduct the recurrent expenditure, is doing caprons in the constituency of Kiharu and not in Mandera North? Why is one family producing engineers and doctors and others, they're all drunk? And the neighbors. So there is something that is happening with the family. Someone somewhere made a decision. Okay?
On behalf of this family.
On behalf of this family. Part of the reasons why I'm successful, it's my mother who made a decision this guy is going to school. Otherwise, I will be a camel herder with 20 children back in Azabito. It's not that I was better. No. My mother pushed me, sometimes beat me to go to school. Okay? Even though, sometimes you are guided from when you're young. I've never smoked. I have never done drugs. I don't eat food with anyone who smokes or who eats mira, including my brother who does those things. I made a decision for myself. Because what I've discovered is you don't need to produce intelligent children. You need to have disciplined people. Disciplined. Meaning, they know what they're doing. Even if they're sick, they do it.
Yes.
They fight pole, they build pole, and then you tell your children, do not be in a hurry. There is a reason why you are consumed in pregnancy and you get ID after 18 years. Okay? There is a reason why you are given immunization to certain ages. There is a reason why you are allowed to marry at a certain age. So, the world is made of a process. I tell my boys and girls, be disciplined. Discipline means know what you're doing, Don't rush. Respect other people. Respect yourself. Don't overeat. You know, if you have something to share with other people. Because I tell my wife, we need to be firm but kind. Sometimes I apologize to my daughter who is 6 years because one day I shouted because I had my own stress. So I raised my voice, and my daughter looked at me and she started crying. I hugged her and I said, Dad, I'm sorry. I never wanted to do that. My 3-year-old boy said, Dad, you're shouting. I shut the fuck up. So sometimes what we do in this world, I'm sorry,
Whoa.
is that we don't need to be rich to live. We don't need to steal to live. We don't need to lie to other people. Edna and I were organizing to meet in the show.
Yes.
We could not get each other. Last night when I slept, it popped up. There's something she said. I know you are up by now. Why did she say that? Because she has known I'm up by around 4:30. I sleep early. When I'm at the show, there's a time I co-hosted with my brother here. We were at the studio at 5:45 because the show was starting at 6. So we need to make a deliberate decisions and effort as a country. Kenya does not need to borrow domestically or internationally. I can do that for free. We don't need.
I was actually asking CT before you walked in if we can actually tighten our belt in certain areas. Say we won't spend this amount of money on whatever it is. Stop any new projects. Just deal with the old ones and move this country forward.
The Kibaki and Uhuru abandoned project is 9 trillion. Do you know how much 9 trillion is? That is 2 times or almost 3 times the budget of Kenya. That is the budget for 60 million or 50 something million Kenyans for the next 3 years. Where the national government is spending 85% of the budget. Now, every salary we spend on recurrent expenditure, we spend it on 33 million people. 3 million Kenyans are consuming the taxpayers of 50 something million Kenyans. That is very wrong. Today you have had
wait, that mathematics, you're saying that how many?
The entire money we collect
is from 3 million Kenyans.
No, it's from 50 something million Kenyans.
Okay.
But it's consumed by around 3 million people.
When you say consumed, what do you mean?
Salaries, allowances, insurance, the people who work for government.
Okay.
Whether counties or national, they're not more than 3-4 million. So when you pay a member of parliament 1 million, another one is getting 1.5, another one is getting 2 million in a population that 70% lives in rural area. I do not know why Kenyans don't want to understand. 70% of Kenyans live in rural Kenya, and they can't have, most of them, access to water. The poverty level in Bondo and that in Bomet is the same as that in Mandera, slightly better because of roads or health or this or that. Do you know that Bomet produces more tea than Kericho?
I didn't know that.
You didn't know. There are things that are happening. And what do the politicians do? There's a guy called Professor who tries to compare Central Kenya with. So if you look at those schools, Northeastern is more civilized than some parts of those parts of the country where we assumed the president came from. So the country does not work on noise. Every time I go to a meeting, whether it's a family meeting or a Kenyan meeting or a board meeting, the moment I see people shouting, I just withdraw. Because why will you shout? You shout because you don't want us to discuss the very pertinent issues. Otherwise, we came for a board meeting.
Yes.
We were all qualified to be here. Why are you shouting? You don't want people to discuss the issue. That's why Parliament, MPs will fight, cabinet ministers will fight. Because today, how many cabinet ministers do you know?
I actually know all 22.
Yes, but you know them because you're a journalist.
Yes.
But what about your grandma?
She probably just knows Mutua. Dr. Alfred Mutua.
Dr. Alfred Mutua. You see?
Yes.
It means the people in charge have been dominated by the presidency. It's becoming a one-man show. I'm sorry to say that. And the moment you think you know better by talking too much, there is a lot in silence. There is a lot in slow going. There is a lot in watching. Like today, if I met the president of Kenya or the governor of Nairobi, I don't need to launch projects or this, that. There is a system in place. I consume data from Kenya Bureau of Statistics,
Kenya National Bureau of Statistics.
And then there's Kenya National Bureau of, KEMSA, the institutions in this country, Central Bank, Treasury, NSIS, DC. You consume data and then you tell them, what do you think? What do you think we should do? There are things you will see, they will push 70% and then about 10-15% for themselves. Then you should be intelligent enough to say, let's wait for this one, let's first implement this one. The system will push its agenda. You don't fight it. You can't. It's more powerful than you.
Yeah.
It's more powerful than the president, because if you listen to Rubio, what he was telling President Uhuru, he was speaking a lot of American interest things and trying to cuddle the emotions and the charisma of Ruto so that he doesn't go to China or Russia. But he had no interest for Kenyans. And I told you, why do you need to borrow 326 when you're wasting 760 billion?
Okay. Abdullahi, alas, we have come to the end of the show. Thank you so much for availing yourself and helping us have this conversation. Actually, the audience is asking when you're coming back. Kuna Flavor Meet amesema, please invite Alas again. His perspective on governance is on another level. I agree. Caroline Wanja anasema, how do we solve this? Let's focus on solving the problem. Again, I like that. Eric Orr says, where is it? Oh yeah, just the way feudalism died is the capitalism fading away, because the imperialist nature of capitalism is producing horror and austerity in today's economy. And we have many of these comments that perhaps we could have gone through, but
she said we need to resolve the problems.
Yes, we need to.
The problem was created by the system.
I actually agree with Caroline.
No.
I always like us coming up with solutions.
The problem was created by the system. It cannot be solved by people who are brought by the system.
Yes.
It should come from outside.
Okay, in 10 seconds, what do you mean by that? We overthrow the government and have someone else?
No.
Hey. My brother will help me.
Aye, so.
Let me explain something. Ask yourself a very simple question. What it is that is fundamental to our constitution. It states who is in charge. We, the sovereign. We haven't internalized that yet.
Yeah.
Okay. And that is what Reverend what's his name again? Otieno was talking about. But Abdullahi, uko free next week tuonge?
Next week from Tuesday, yes.
Sawa. Tutakuita. Right now though, wacha tuingie kwa news kabla nifutwe kazi.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. The High Court has stopped President William Ruto's plan to use a special advisory team on victims' compensation. The court ruled that the Constitution already gives this responsibility to the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights. In its judgment, the bench said the president had no power to create a separate body to manage or guide compensation for victims of past injustices, because the law clearly outlines how the process should be handled. Shanzu Magistrate Court has approved the continued detention of 6 Iranian nationals at the center of a high-profile drug trafficking investigation until 12 January 2026. Chief Magistrate Anthony Mushigi granted the DPP's application after prosecutors said the case involving narcotics worth 8 billion Kenya shillings remain complex and requires extensive investigations. The 6 suspects were arrested on October 24, 2025, aboard a dark vessel intercepted by the Kenya Navy at Kilindini Port. Authorities seized 769 packages of crystalline material weighing more than 1,000 kilos believed to be synthetic narcotics. Kasipul Member of Parliament Boyd Were has reflected on his personal journey, having replaced his late father Ongondo Were, who was murdered in Nairobi. In his maiden speech in Parliament, he spoke about the pain of losing his parents, adding that despite these losses, he has stood resilient. He expressed that he seeks truth, closure, and justice for the murder of his father and not retaliation.
I long for truth, for closure, and for justice, not the justice of retaliation, but the justice that restores dignity, honors life, and heals broken communities. I seek no revenge. Revenge cannot raise the dead, cannot comfort a grieving family, and cannot build a nation. Instead, I seek healing, reconciliation, and an end to the cycles of violence that have stolen too many fathers, mothers, and children from this country. Today, I honor not only my father, but all those who lost their lives in the violence witnessed during the campaigns.
Treasury Cabinet Secretary John Mbadi has defended the government's decision to offload 15% stake in Safaricom to Vodacom Group. He dismissed criticism and insisting that the deal is both sound and beneficial to the country. Speaking during an interview on Citizen TV on Thursday night, the CS said the valuation had been done using open market data, noting that Safaricom's share price is publicly available.
What we are doing is divestiture. We are not selling the company. It should be understood that we are not selling this company as a going concern. If we were selling the company as a going concern, then you'd start valuing all the assets and taking care of all the liabilities, and then you get the value of the farm. But we are selling the shares. Alternative would have been to go to the market and offer the shares in the Nairobi Securities Exchange, and you'll get 28 shillings per share. We have not sold. We are starting the process of divesting.
And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning. I'm Winnie Maganga.
Sports on Radio Generation.
Good morning. I'm Musa Amir. England defender Trent Alexander-Arnold will be out for about 2 months after sustaining a thigh injury during Real Madrid's win over Athletic Club. The right-back, who has been limited to just 11 appearances in all competition seasons because of injury, provided his first La Liga assist in Real's 3-0 victory in Bilbao. However, Alexander-Arnold injured his thigh 10 minutes into the second half and required medical assistance to leave the pitch. It is the latest blow to the 27-year-old who joined Los Blancos from Liverpool in the summer. Manchester United boss Ruben Amorim criticized his side's lack of killer instinct after blowing the lead against struggling West Ham in a 1-1 draw on Thursday. United sit 8th in the Premier League, just 2 points outside the top 4. They could have been in a far stronger position had they not also failed to capitalize on leads against Tottenham and Nottingham Forest in recent weeks. Amorim's men also lost 1-0 at home to Everton despite playing against 10 men for almost the entire match in their previous game at Old Trafford. And that's the sport update on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Musa Amir.
Sports on Radio Generation.
Radio Generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam on day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
That's absolutely right. This is the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation, it is on 88.8 FM in Nairobi and 90.7 in Mombasa. Karibu ni donate frequency ya Nairobi to Mombasa. Lakini watu wa Mombasa tunawakaribisha tena sana. Speaking of Mombasa, tunaye jamaa moja kutoka Mombasa. Hapa nataka nimpige introduction. Ama ataniambia labda kwa Kiswahili inasemwa vipi. Lakini Siti Muga Yunasi hapa pia. Siti Wambaje?
No idea what you're saying.
Wambaje, yani unafaa kusema sina la kuamba.
But I'm doing no such thing. I am well.
You know, in Kikamba, kwamba is kelele, kwambanga, yani unapiga, yani you're just talking. So mtu akikwambia nyamaza, basically amekwambia wacha kuamba. Lakini tunaye Frederick Beuchi. Good morning, Frederick. How are you doing?
Good morning. I'm doing great.
Yes.
I really want to thank God for this opportunity.
Right.
To be at RG Radio.
Karibu tena sana.
Morning. Yes.
Karibu. You told me that you're a resident of Coast, right? Mombasa, to be specific.
Yes.
All right.
So, I mean, it happens that everybody who comes from the coast, most people, I've realized in Nairobi, wanasema, wametoka Mombasa.
Okay.
But of course, Coast is big.
Yes.
So specifically,
right,
where I come from is Kwale County, a small town that is now in between Kilifi, Kwale, and Mombasa.
Right.
Called Mazeras.
Mazeras.
Yes.
Okay.
So that's where I come from.
You come from Mazeras?
Yes.
So you come from the Kwale side or you come from the Kilifi side of Mazeras?
So it's funny because now Mazeras, that's why I've mentioned the three sides. Because part of Mazeras is in Kilifi and part of Mazeras is also in Kwale.
And in Mombasa.
And in Mombasa as well.
Really?
So it's right at the border.
Yes.
Of those three counties.
Yes.
Yes.
So when they were delimiting the county, that's how they decided hapa katikati.
Actually, they used the old railway line before the SGR.
Yes.
So we stay in Mazeras, and then when you cross over to do we do shopping in Kilifi County.
You know, I rarely go to Mombasa by road.
Yeah.
But kuna mahali watu tunapita hapa naitwa Mazeras on our way to Mombasa when we go by
you
bus.
get to Mazeras, when you're going to Mombasa, you've actually arrived in Mombasa.
Yeah.
So
you have.
wewe uko hiyo ndio Mazeras umetoka.
Yes. That's the Mazeras town we're talking about.
Now I get it.
Yeah.
All right. Nice. Welcome to Nairobi and Radio Generation.
Asante sana.
You were just telling us before we started the conversation on air that you're a caregiver first of all, and you take care of patients that have epilepsy. Is it patients or there's a specific patient you deal with?
So my interest in raising awareness for epilepsy, that's way back in 2013. I am a firstborn in a family of 5. I have 3 sisters and 1 brother. And our lastborn sister, her name is Mercy. She was diagnosed with epilepsy when she was 2 years old. She got epilepsy when she suffered from malaria. And malaria developed to cerebral malaria. So by the time we were treating cerebral malaria, it had already affected her brain. And that is what now put her at risk of getting epilepsy. So 2 years later, we started now seeing some of these symptoms which were brought by either jacks and later now they developed into seizures. We took her to so many hospitals, but they couldn't at that time really figure out what was causing the seizures, because it's not all seizures or jacks that are caused by epilepsy. So we really needed to find out what that really was. And also as a family, we didn't want to get to the point of really agreeing that our sister has epilepsy, because around my village we only knew of one person who lived with this condition for quite some time. Unfortunately, that guy passed on because one day he experienced seizures and got a seizure in water, and then they drowned. Yes.
Hey, poleni sana.
Yeah.
Okay. So again, your sister, your young sister now, right?
Yes.
How old is she now?
She's now 20.
20
years, yeah. Yes.
So she's been managing this condition for about 18 years now.
Yes.
Okay.
We have been managing that condition for almost 18 years now. The good thing about it is in 2013, now where my activism of raising awareness started, is I had to quit my job. I was working at the Kenya ports as a shipping agent.
All right.
But I had to quit in 2012 to come home and take care and help my mom take care of my sister.
Yes.
Because at this point she was around 5-6 years and she was getting seizures after every 20 minutes. And now they had developed into what I came to understand now as generalized seizures.
Just hold on. Kindly describe to us a seizure in a patient who is dealing with epilepsy. Yes.
All right. So a seizure for a person who has epilepsy manifests in different ways.
Okay.
We have over 40 types of epilepsies, but they are grouped into 3. So I'm mentioning generalized seizure because this is the common one. If you ask anybody what is epilepsy, or in Kiswahili kifafa, they will tell you it's that condition that prones somebody into falling down, jerking, throwing of hands and legs, and sometimes either foaming in the mouth. Yes. So that was the type that my sister had. And then there is another type of seizures. We call them partial seizure. So partial seizure, someone doesn't have to really fall down and jerk. They will have either one part of their body jerking, like a hand, but they cannot control, or a head moving, or the leg. And then we have also what we call now absence seizure. So absence seizure happens mostly in children, where you could be, for example, talking to a child, and for some seconds or minute they go off
blank.
They go blank, and then now later they come back to their senses. So this is how epilepsy in many times manifests itself. But when we talk of a seizure, really it's more of an abnormal activity that is triggered in the brain.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. So your sister, and there's a word you use there, had.
Yeah.
Does it mean that seizures have changed?
Yeah.
They've gotten perhaps better?
Yes.
Please explain.
All right. So in this journey, I remember that 2013. Now, when I was helping my mom to take care of my sister, one day I saw an interview on TV. Doctors were talking about this condition, and they were going to have the first epilepsy open day in Nairobi. So I came over, and I was lucky to get one of the few doctors that I came to know as specialists for epilepsy, called epileptologists, and there are only 2
in this
Kenya.
country.
Yes.
Are they Kenyan?
They are Kenyan.
Okay.
Yes. So when I explained the case, they had to take it up, and the doctor told me, bring your sister to this hospital because I do clinics there. We will.
You can mention the hospital, by the way.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Sawa. So the hospital actually is in Malindi. Is called the Epilepsy Neurology Center.
Okay.
Yes.
We are doing this also for the sake of the listener.
Yeah, sure.
Because a lot of people could be knowing of someone, or actually could be having this condition, and they probably need this assistance.
Yes. Yeah. So I took her there. They did a fresh diagnosis. They were able to establish what type of epilepsy my sister has, and they put her on medication. So 6 months later, we started to actually see the difference, because now the seizure frequency began to actually reduce from 20 minutes to staying for at least 1 hour. And that is what the medication, the anti-seizure medication, actually does. It helps you to manage the condition, because in many cases epilepsy might not be cured or treated completely, but it can be managed with medication, because my sister is still on medication until today.
Right.
But the doctor is reducing it slowly by slowly, because she is now 20 years, and she has been almost 7-8 years seizure free.
No way.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
8 years.
8 years seizure free. So
you know that is the true definition of this is scientific, of course, but that's the true definition of a miracle.
And indeed it is a miracle, because where I sit now, professionally,
yes,
I am a reverend. I serve with the Methodist Church.
Okay.
And before I transitioned to wanting to really serve as a reverend,
yes,
I was working at the shipping agency company. This is the prayer that I made one day when I went back home to help my mom take care of my sister. I said, if I ever wake up one day and I witness my sister staying seizure free for 1 hour, I didn't want a week or a or a
1
year.
hour.
1 hour.
60 minutes.
60 minutes. I will not go back to my shipping job. I will completely transition and see what God wants me to do on this other side. And when we started medication, one day I witnessed that, and that is what I stayed true to. I had to go back to college at St. Paul's. I studied theology and majored in now epilepsy counseling. And after that, the Methodist Church gave me an opportunity to work now as a chaplain at the Methodist Hospital, which is in Meru. So that's the work that I've been doing. So I have mentioned that because yes, it has that connection. Indeed, it's a miracle because this condition is very difficult to live with,
yes,
and very difficult to also manage.
Are there patients who, perhaps even like your sister, probably have had epilepsy for, ever since they were young or born, and they still have it in their adulthood, in their 20s, in their 30s, despite the medication?
So the other interesting thing is this. This year in June, I got married.
Yeah. Congratulations.
Thank you. And now my wife has epilepsy.
Is it something that you knew, or is it something that developed while you were
by
together?
the time we got to know each other, that was way back in 2018. I didn't know, but
Did
I was.
she know?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because she has had epilepsy since she was also young.
Okay.
So we met when I was now very active in doing epilepsy awareness programs, and one of the event I was doing, and in 2018 actually came to Nairobi to do that event. We were calling it Epilepsy Afro Fashion Fair, whereby I was bringing young people living with epilepsy and challenging them to, take the runway, or those that are talented in fashion and design. And this time I had an opportunity to do it at the Michael Joseph Center in Westlands. Yes. And I had a friend who now was helping me to mobilize the participants, who half of the participants we were saying they should be having epilepsy and the other half not having epilepsy, because naturally you wouldn't really tell who has epilepsy. Even when my wife walks in here, you can't really tell. Epilepsy is that condition that is being described as an invisible disability, because it is also categorized as a disability.
Okay, I didn't know that.
Yeah,
so it is recognized in law.
Yes. In law, yes. In fact, right now, people living with epilepsy can register and get the disability certificate. It happens. I have assisted a number already to get that.
And funds, because there's also a disability fund.
Yes,
they get
they
access to it.
fully qualify for all those benefits that are being given out there in the disability. So a person, yes, based on your question, a person, yes, can live positively with epilepsy even in their adulthood. And I was just giving an example of my wife now, whose seizures are also so well controlled. She's leading a very normal life, but just like any other persons whose seizures are well controlled, like my sister, there are things we call triggers. So sometimes she can be triggered and experience a seizure. Triggers happen in the sense that, for example, my sister, her seizure trigger is abrupt change of weather. Like every time I come with her to Nairobi, she will experience some seizures. They might not be so major, but the other thing also is every time she gets so excited, like I can't buy something and show up and say surprise.
You it a trigger.
Yeah, it will trigger and then she will get a seizure. For my wife, it's fatigue, or if she feels so overworked, it will always, you will realize that she gets some jerks.
Yeah. So going back to your sister, I'm so sorry, I'm taking you back.
It's okay.
So you want to tell me that you can't, if it's her birthday, you have to tell her in advance that, hey sis, nataka nikubaie simu mpya, so nitakuletea usishtuke.
Actually, most of the time I buy something like a dress.
Yeah.
You just have to throw it in between the
stuff,
other dresses or clothes, and then she'll get to find it there at some point. Yeah, but you can't really pull out a surprise for her, because that's what we have realized. Every time she's so excited, or there is a party at home and there are so many people and a lot of movements and people shouting and all that excitement always throws her into.
Is the opposite also the same about maybe some sad news, telling her someone has passed on, for instance?
Well,
would that trigger?
Yeah, surprisingly, seizure triggers act way differently. We have something called photosensitive epilepsies.
Flashing lights.
Exactly. There are some movies before they even start, they put a disclaimer.
Yeah, they
like
tell you that
if you have photosensitive epilepsy,
just
it can trigger. Yes. So you might find out someone whose trigger is flashlights. They don't necessarily get triggered by excitement or too much noise or other noise. Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, so it varies. Yeah.
From everything you're saying, it would appear that the management of epilepsy requires a collaboration between the patient, the family, and the caregiver.
Very true. Actually, in a family, if one person has epilepsy, indirectly, they affect about 5 people. And I'm saying indirectly because epilepsy is categorized as a disability, but it is also recognized as a non-communicable disease. So I need to be very clear there, because there has been so many people saying that epilepsy can be
transmitted.
Can be transmitted.
It's contagious.
So it's contagious, yes. And they miss that point of knowing that epilepsy is a non-communicable disease. So when I say indirectly it affects 5 people in the family, it's because it makes everybody to be so concerned, because you don't know the next minute this person will get a seizure. And I would always see, we would all go out maybe to work, and by the time we come back, and every time we noticed that we didn't leave our sister with maybe an injury that day when we were leaving, when we come back and we see her having a fresh injury, you know, sometimes there'd even be food, but nobody feels like eating. Because we all feel the pain. And then when we got the right medication for her, everybody was so concerned. I might be far away from home, but because I know my sister has to take meds at 7 p.m., I will call and then realize somebody else has just called and somebody else has just called. So it really affects. And the treatment journey also works when you have a very supportive family. Very supportive family. Because the family plays the role of making sure whatever the doctor has said, medication for epilepsy is very strict. So if you have started to take medicine at 7 p.m. and 7 a.m., it should be very prompt. Like it should not be before or after.
Really, what if I oversleep? And I'm asking this because it's very possible that perhaps jana usiku busy nimelala, so 7 o'clock.
Jana usiku hukulala.
The point is jana usiku nimelala late. Wachana city. So what happens in such a case? Am I waking up to take the medicine at 7?
That is likely to happen. Most of the time, this is being emphasized during like the first 6 months when we have figured out this is the medicine that works for this type of epilepsy. It will be encouraged at least for the first 6 months to stay within that. So within those 6 months, even if it means waking up that person to take the meds for them to go back to sleep, they should be doing that.
If I may ask, when you say epilepsy, epilepsy is not one typical or type disease. There are various distinct types of epilepsy. And so the medication again would have to fit what it is that has been diagnosed as that particular type of epilepsy.
Very true.
So there's a journey before you find what it is that this particular patient actually rhymes with.
Very true.
Walk us through this journey.
So, and again, I would give reference to my sister, because we started with medication that we really needed to see that the seizure frequency was being reduced. How epilepsy gets to a stage where you can say it is at its worst is when you are not able to control the seizure. The goal of epilepsy treatment is always to reduce the seizure, because epilepsy in itself will not cause a lot of harm than the seizures. These seizures are what make someone either to fall on fire or in water, or fall alongside the road and they get their head to be hit. And those are the circumstances that sometimes even lead to either physical injury, disabilities, or even death, like the case I have mentioned of this person who got seizures and they fell in water. So first, the medicine that is being given is to try as much as we can to make sure the seizure frequency is reduced. And so most of the time this would be medicine that acts as an emergency, and it would most of the time also prone the patient into either sleeping long hours or make them look like, I don't want to use the word zombie, but it's as if they are not very active.
It produces a lethargy.
Yes, exactly. But now you see, this is not the goal of treatment, because then it means this person is not able to live their normal life. If the only medicine they take that works for them makes them sleep for the whole day, even though they are not experiencing the seizures, at the end of the day, they will not have an opportunity to live a full life. And that is the goal of the treatment. So once we have been able to actually reduce the seizure frequency, now there's another set of medicine that is being introduced now to heal or bring now real healing for the brain or the injury that they either had. And in places where that is not able to happen completely, then the doctor would say, this is the medicine that will work for you, and you'll have to either take it for lifetime or you take it until this period of time, then we start reducing it slowly by slowly. For the case of also girls, because for the case of my sister, at some point there's a medicine that was working so well for her, but because now she's growing up to be a big girl and she starts experiencing her menses and things like that, that medicine had to be withdrawn again slowly, because it was going now to also, when she gets to a point where she wants to get married and she wants to have kids, if she was to continue with that medicine, it would affect the child that she would conceive. So it had to slowly also be withdrawn and another one introduced.
What is it that this particular medicine did? Did it interfere with her hormones? What did it do that made it a situation where now the patient was predisposed to other conditions that she might pass on to a child in her womb?
Actually, it is the hormones issue. It alters how now the hormones act act and react. And sometimes I avoid a little bit to go so medical on that issue, on the issue of epilepsy, because what I do most is the social work kind of, in terms of...
But in the absence of that social
Yes.
work, don't diminish the importance.
Yeah, sure.
That medicine will not work without that support.
Very true.
Yes.
That is very true.
It is an integral part of that
the
process.
whole
Yes.
process.
But just to answer him, it's not really medical, but I'll just touch on what exactly the medicine does. So the medicine, because epilepsy is basically how the neurons communicate with each other.
It's
in the brain.
considered a neurological condition. Yes.
So, and this is also for the benefit of the listener, the medication that you take either helps in stopping the excitement of those neurons firing, or inhibits them completely from even firing.
Yes.
So you can imagine if you are taking, because everything we take, everything that pregnant women take, basically also is transferred to the children. From the food that
Very
they take,
true.
the oxygen that they breathe in, everything goes directly to the child. So you can imagine at the time of development, when you're taking this particular medicine, it is also passed to the child, which will affect the child's brain development. So the firing is either enhanced or inhibited. So that is why perhaps during when we are dealing with epileptic patients, it's not advisable for them to get pregnant during the time of medication, because that will definitely be passed on to the child, and you do not know what that might do to the development of that fetus.
Thank you. There's something that I must ask. And I ask this specifically because of where you come from.
All right.
What are the myths and misconceptions regarding epilepsy?
Wow. So in Mombasa,
and what did you experience? And
I know why you specifically asked about,
yes,
about Mombasa,
and you're spot on.
Yeah, sure. But well, in the journey of raising awareness, I've come to also realize that the myths and misconceptions actually spread across. I've been to Kisumu, Western, all those other parts. But for Mombasa, for Mombasa, it would be different for sure, because my own experience actually with our sister is that people, and I've said we only knew about of one person who had this condition, and that person had been highly stigmatized because of that condition. Because one thing that was said about us as a family is we had done something to our sister so that we can get riches.
Mulikuwa mmetoa kafara.
Exactly. Because in Mombasa town, and I don't want to like stereotype any of the tribes, but you get to some other shops, the Swahili shops, the Arab shops, and they would always have like someone seated outside there, and they look like they have lost it. They kind of like have that condition of epilepsy, and they would not ever leave that shop. And you would ask, when did that shop or that hardware start? And you would be told it has been there for years,
decades.
It's being inherited with family, and they would always say that is the person who makes that business run. You see, so that
person was sacrificed.
Exactly. It was the sacrifice part.
You know these things, we have to talk about them, because unfortunately we have listeners who perhaps are in similar situations.
Very true.
And it happens even here in Nairobi with other communities. Forget now the coastal
communities.
Even other communities. Again, I won't mention them. But yes, you're very right.
Yes,
you're very right. Kuna mahali utatembea utaona utaambiwa this biashara has been like this because kuna mtu kwa hii familia ambaye alitolewa kama nini, kama sacrifice.
So surprisingly, even in church, because again the village that we live in is a mission village. For the Methodist. Actually, where I come from, that's where the second Methodist church was built.
Right.
When the missionaries came. So the understanding of the church also was very different. When they take you back to the Bible, the story of Jesus, they mention a story where Jesus healed a young man with epilepsy. So when this guy was brought to Jesus, the shadow of Jesus was cast on this person, and then it says the demons of epilepsy left this man.
Okay.
So the understanding of so many people is that it is caused by demon possession. You can't really tell me that epilepsy is a medical condition completely. So from that understanding, so many people view epilepsy very differently.
You know how they interpret that part of the Bible?
Yeah.
Because if I remember it correctly, the father was saying that this child of mine, the father acknowledged the child was possessed by demons and said, the demons throw the child into the fire.
Exactly. Even into
it was
the fire.
specific.
Yes.
Sasa, sisi na interpretation yetu wasema, hii sasa ni kibasi. Unaona? The Bible is actually clear about that story.
About that story.
Yes,
Very
it had
clear.
nothing to do with epilepsy, it had to do with demon possession. Yes.
I'm forgetting there's the scientist who invented the ECG, the one that checks the electrical systems in our brains. And the EKG machine, right? And what that particular scientist, there was also those beliefs back in the day. You know, this is the time that science was developing. So there are people who believed, again, kifafa, ni ushetani, urogi, and all those things.
Yes.
But over the years, we have developed science and technology that has enabled us to even map the brain and understand how the brain works. We don't understand it fully, but to some extent, we also even understand how epilepsy manifests. Like you've said, there is the one that is caused by malaria. There's the one that is even caused by injury.
Yes,
you know, a traumatic
brain injury.
Exactly.
Yes.
Experience in your brain when you've had an accident or a fall or whatever it is. And then kuna zile zingine tu genetically because of how the brain was forming again, epilepsy is manifested. So because of that understanding, that's how doctors have been able to invent medicine like the one your sister is using and the one that your wife perhaps is using. So like, and then CT also asked the question, you have got to understand the different ways that epilepsy has manifested in the different patients to know which medicine works. So there is medicine that can work for you but won't work for me.
Very true.
It will work for me and it won't work for
somebody else,
because perhaps we have the different forms of epilepsy. And you know, this is message that has got to be taught the same way tulifunzwa juu ya HIV and AIDS. People again thought HIV is the same thing, neurogi and but with time tumekuja kujua you can get through unprotected sex, you can get through blood transfusion. And you have got to be careful how you deal with it so that you can. So if we educate the public, perhaps we shall get to a point whereby even these individuals when wanawekwa kwa duka pale kando wataweza kutibiwa na watapona.
Very true.
Tuache kuekelea watu wametoa kafara ama namna gani?
That is very true. And you know, talking now about what needs to be done in my journey of epilepsy awareness. In 2015, I got an opportunity to be nominated in the board of National Epilepsy Coordination Committee. And this board had been formed by like-minded people, doctors, neurologists, who just wanted to chart a way forward and even advise the government on what needs to be done when it comes to epilepsy care. I served as a board member, and then in 2019 I was elected as the secretary general for the board. Now the mandate of NECC is to actually advise and also push now for things like guidelines, like what guides the medical practitioners out there to do the treatment in the best way that it should be done. And this was seen necessary because the government wasn't really paying a lot of attention when it comes to, say, condition like epilepsy. Actually, epilepsy, someone would go to the hospital and they would clearly say, I'm experiencing seizures, I'm experiencing this and this, but it would not be diagnosed as epilepsy. See the way it's written there, this person has epilepsy. No, it would only be described as a seizure. This person would be told that this patient is suffering from either seizures or jerks or something like that.
Yeah.
So it was very difficult also now to get the numbers, because you see the government also works with statistics. Like if you talk about cancer, you'd clearly be told these are the statistics, this is what affects people more if it's malaria. So even the push of saying let's have funds there which can help us to do some public education about this condition, it was very difficult for us to push.
Okay.
But after some time, Cambry Wellcome Trust, which is in Kilifi, have took it up, and they have done a lot of research when it comes to epilepsy. And the first numbers we were getting of people who now we can use as statistics for Kenya, we currently now have about 1.5, more than 1.5 million people living with epilepsy in Kenya. Globally, we are talking about 70 million. So that's a very significant number when it comes to this condition. And I'm very sure, because now these are statistics of 8-7 years ago, which I'm very sure if we do it now, with the many predisposing factors that have contributed in brain injuries and infections like malaria. We mention it more in Mombasa because you know that area and the environment there.
Yes, malaria is prevalent.
Malaria is prevalent. But there are also conditions like meningitis. If you go to Malindi specifically, at Malindi District Hospital, there is a ward dedicated for the boda guys. Because of the many accidents that happen. And when you visit there, you will find out that many of those injuries are head injuries. We just realized the other day that these head injuries are now translating to putting these people at risk of getting what?
Epilepsy.
The same area also, when you talk of teenage pregnancies and issues of birth complications, because a child is born and maybe they fail to, cry to let oxygen flow into their brain, they might end up getting epilepsy alongside other neurological conditions. But we say birth complications also can lead to. That's why we say a woman, when they conceive, they should take their antenatal care very seriously, because they get to monitor what is really happening to the child, and by the time they are due for delivery, they should do it in the hospital now to avert these other risks of the complications or the delay that they might get during labor and things like that. So all these things now we are trying to address them wholesomely now through NECC, and I'm glad that now in the Ministry of Health there's a department for mental health where now epilepsy also
forms part of the conversation.
What part does it play? Because if we put epilepsy under
mental health,
I'm not sure that's a good fit.
Very true. You are actually right. And the moment they told us, because we were all under the division of non-communicable diseases, but as you say, in that division we have diabetes, we have cancer, we have these
Parkinson's
big names,
and all,
these big names, which now you might find yourselves forgotten in between there. Now we needed a complete outfit of where now epilepsy can be visible, and now they took it to the mental health side, which we completely don't agree with it. At the end of the day, that really has to change.
It isn't. We're doing the disease and the treatment or the care of it a disservice, because the moment you put it in that department, or every baggage that goes with the mental health situation is now burdened, and that is not the primary. Those aren't the primary issues you deal with when you talk about epilepsy.
Yes,
I don't know why this laziness occurs in us. why don't you just put it in the department where it belongs? Okay?
Yeah.
It's predominantly a neurological condition. So why don't you look at the many disciplines of medicine and say where does neurology fit in? And you fit it there.
I completely agree, City, with you. I totally agree. And I think that should now be the next push to actually try, and because that in itself is very stigmatizing. When you go to public hospitals, when you ask whether we have an epilepsy clinic, you will be pointed
to the mental health.
The mental health.
But let me ask something, Nani. Freddy kulisema by the when pastor man reverend.
I'm a reverend.
You're a reverend.
Yes.
So yani sio habatishi alienda kaisoma.
Ndio nataka nimuite by his right title. So Reverend, I have a question here. Where do we categorize other similar diseases like dementia? Parkinson's, Alzheimer's, so Parkinson's, Alzheimer's, because I
cerebral
palsy. I feel like epilepsy perhaps would fall in the same category as those, because they are neurological disorders, and therefore they should be bungled up in the same space.
Exactly. Now, the only challenge is that we haven't been able to come up with that terminology or that kind of brackets and say these are neurological disorders. But
so, and then this is now me tasking you, on behalf of the listener. You go and have this conversation with, and now that you're actually at the very top tier organization that deals with this, conversations can be held with the CS, Aden Duale, and other medical professionals in government, and say, guys, we need to give this thing.
We need to.
And because I know of individuals who are also in the quest to just make sure that they deal with other neurological issues, just like we've mentioned here, Parkinson's, Alzheimer's, and other forms of dementia. So you can actually, epilepsy should be in that group.
I think what is going to make a difference, and this should not really take us long, is the numbers that we are coming up with and the structures that are there. Because currently, at least we've been able to push for the national guidelines for treatment or management of epilepsy, which now is out there. Actually, we are even reviewing it to fit into what has developed now in the world of medicine and things like that. So that would be one, and then the next one would probably be now getting the numbers right and showing with evidence that indeed this is a condition that really needs to be given attention more than we ever thought.
But Reverend, if you look at, say, the national hospital that we have, the level 6s, epilepsy is taken under the discipline of neurology. If you seek,
the level 6.
I'm talking about the big hospitals.
The big hospitals, yes.
Because understandably, the neurological component and how, if I may use a Kenyan term, majorly, how it predominantly influences behavior. Because you're talking about this disease is predominantly nestled in the brain. What it is that happens to the brain, what affects the brain, all these things, okay? And then it translates into what you see as seizures and so forth. It can't be anything else other than neurology. So I don't know who it is who advised those individuals, okay? Maybe they looked at the head and they figured mental disorder inaanza na kichwa. Yes. And if there's something quite, should we say, isn't quite working in the head, then it must be a mental disorder. No.
It shouldn't be.
It bothers me because I'm thinking of the stigma that is attached to
it.
Okay?
Very true.
It will actually hinder the process of care that somebody ought to have.
Very true. And worst of all, actually, is for someone to be subjected to medicine that is not really
appropriate
for epilepsy. Because we also know, like, psychiatric condition or mental issues conditions also have a set of their own type of medicine. And I've even had cases where people have been put on psychiatric medication or mental health medication,
depressants and so on.
Exactly, to treat epilepsy, which which shouldn't.
Okay.
For real, yeah.
Reverend, just give us an overview of the kind of care you give to someone who has got epilepsy. You have experience of your wife and your sister. Just tell us how that happens.
I think key on that would be the first aid. First aid. First aid for a person who gets a seizure attack, for example, in a public or in an office. What do we really do? So there are 5 things that you're supposed to do and 3 things that you're not supposed to do. Number 1, for what you're supposed to do is when someone gets a seizure, first you remain calm. You want to figure out what has made them to either fall or... Then the second thing is where have they fallen, for example, the environment. Is it in water, on fire, or in a place that maybe has stones and they can hurt themselves? You remove them from that place. Exactly. So when you remove them from that place, then the third thing you are supposed to do is look for something that is soft and put it beneath their head. It could be a pillow, in case if it is at home, you put it beneath their head. So that helps to continue to protect the head, because the more injuries they get on the head, you don't know how deep they would go ahead to touch the brain.
Okay.
And then you roll them in what we call the recovery position. So recovery position is you lie them on their left side. Okay? You lie them on their left side, and that helps in 2 ways. 1, it helps them to breathe easily. And number 2, if they are having any kind of foam coming out of their mouth, that is easily also going to
come out.
Okay. Other than lying them on their back, where now the foam might go back and even choke them and cause even more problems. And then lastly, you stay with them until they are fully awake and conscious, because most of the time after the seizure, you'll find like they are a bit confused and not knowing where they are and things like that. The 3 things you're not supposed to do is do not put anything inside their mouth. This is a practice that so many people have done because of what they say this person might bite their tongue. I have seen my sister having the worst and worst of seizures. Yes, at some point she's bit her lips or her tongue, but not to the extent that ataiyuma mpaka ikatike. That's what they have been saying. And that is important because at this point they usually need a lot of oxygen in their brain. So they are using their nose and also their mouth to get in enough oxygen. So if you block it, then it might even cause some other things. Then do not restrain them when they are jerking. Do not restrain them.
Let them jerk.
People call the whole family and like hold them, because now those shocks that are happening, if you restrain them, they end up into the muscles. By the time the seizure is over, they become even weak. They can't even walk or stand or something like that. Then lastly, don't give them any food, any drink during that moment of the seizure. And I mentioned this because in some other community they were saying when someone has a seizure, what they do, they call a woman to urinate on them
in the mouth.
No. Just
general body.
Yes. So that it makes them awake. And some people also pour some water on them to kind of like either distract them or something, and that is not supposed to happen.
What are you saying? There are people who have even more bizarre remedies for it. When a disease falls into the realm of the unknown, culturally, that unknown now then meets with superstitious solutions. Because the logic behind it, if someone asks you, they will not be able to tell you what the logic is.
Exactly.
For instance, people who sleepwalk, There are communities that was considered to be somebody who is possessed.
Possessed, yes.
And
Very
they
true.
would seek medication, and yet they're actually not possessed. So I'm simply saying, when something is not known, it means it is not understood.
Okay.
And so when it's not understood, the really bizarre thing is that even the treatment that is offered is equally not understood, because the logic behind it and why people think it works. If you are to ask a simple question, where has this worked, they might not actually be able to tell you.
Wahenga ambao walisema tukojolee watu wako na epilepsy, ningependa kujua
umeshikilia hiyo sio
what nini, maybe someone alikojolewa mahali akapona akasema dawa hiyo sasa solution. So you just keep a can of female urine somewhere,
bro. Even in folklore, even in folklore, where the community I come from, there are people who would tell you if you had an eye condition, they would cure you. And what they would do, you needed to go at the time when your shadow was at its longest. Okay? And there's this medication they had, whatever it was in it, they'd pour it on the shadow. Shadow. Okay? So, okay, you see the logic? Shadow.
Yeah.
And that's supposed to offer a cure.
Yeah.
It isn't logical, but if you think that person will offer the cure, have you ever seen people with incisions on the side of their face?
Yeah,
and so forth?
yeah.
For many people, those cuts involve one, blood is drawn, but that's where they would also apply the medication.
The medication where the
so traditionally people had ways which they thought was the known way of dealing with some of these things. But the thing about science is this: science helps you understand what it is you're dealing with.
what it is.
Because you research, try, it fails, you try another one until you get something that works.
Yes.
Gentlemen, we have come to the end of the show, but before I let you leave, there's someone asking for your number. This is Maureen Kemunto. Anasema, I am a parent to such a child. Can I get Alex's number? I think she means Frederick's number.
Frederick.
Yeah, or at least can you give them
the social
contact of where they can get assistance?
We are very active when it comes to epilepsy awareness in all my social media platforms at Frederick Beuchi, Instagram, Facebook, X, LinkedIn, Frederick Beuchi. But if they would like more information, also they can check our social media pages at Epilepsy Awareness Resource Center, where we deal a lot with awareness based on the patients and also social care for caregivers. So Frederick Beuchi on all social media platforms, and Epilepsy Awareness Resource Center also on all social media platforms. For a number that they can use is 0729 747 026. 0729 747 026.
All right.
Those are places where we can communicate more.
Reverend, asante sana.
Nimeshukuru.
Njoo tena tuweze kuzungumzia kifafa na pia utupatie progress ya ile request tumemake. Make sure this mental health thingy is, because even that's a problem by itself,
Yeah, very
and
true.
it needs to be also given the attention it deserves. Then now we also need to deal with epilepsy and give it the attention it deserves.
Labda nitaje tu second Monday of February ndio International Epilepsy Day. Second Monday of February, International Epilepsy Day. Then November is Epilepsy Awareness Month.
Okay.
These are the two dates that we need to be aware of when it comes to epilepsy awareness.
Thank you so much, Reverend.
Asante sana.
Hi. Ladies and gentlemen, news is coming right up.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Kenya and the United States have signed a landmark health cooperation framework that shifts 25-year partnership from donor-driven programs to a government-led system. The new deal will see both countries work directly through Kenya's national institutions rather than external partners. Under the agreement, the U.S. will provide $1.6 billion, about 208 billion Kenya shillings, over the next 5 years to strengthen health systems, boost emergency preparedness, improve disease monitoring, and support Kenya's transition to fully owning its health programs. Governance and policy analyst Abdullahi Alas has warned that global and Kenyan politics have become a threat driven by identity battles, corruption, and historical injustices. Speaking during an interview in Radio Generation today, he said this is why citizens increasingly distrust leaders and view political conflict as dramatized. He argues that Kenya needs more strategic thinking to help solve challenges.
Our problem is we do not have people who are thinking for the people in the helm of power. You see, Halwale was talking the other day about how he was given a GK car and some security. And he was telling the president, really? Yeah, because gratification and satisfaction doesn't come from material wealth. Yeah. It doesn't, because money can buy you things, but it will not give you happiness. Because if you have been drinking the whole of last night, you have been sleeping around with prostitutes, then in the morning you will regret what you did last night. Because you are not thinking. Thinking means, why am I in this world? What am I doing? Why am I in charge of these things? I told you, I'm in charge of a hospital. Yes. In 6 months, we have cleared 7 million debt.
Tanzania's security forces have issued a stern warning against nationwide demonstrations planned for December 9th. Police spokesperson David Misime accused organizers of attempting to drag the country into chaos, reminiscent of the unrest witnessed after the October 29th elections. The police stated that they have been monitoring organizers online and will crack down on anyone attempting to destabilize the country.
Jeshi la polisi linaendelea kutoa wito kwa wananchi wote kwa nafasi zao, kuanzia ngazi ya familia, wakatae watu kama hawa pamoja na wanayohamasisha, kwani malengo yao ni kuharibu taifa letu na kuturudisha kwenye machungu na madhara tuliyoyapata tarehe 29 mwezi wa 10 2025 na siku zilizofuata.
A federal grand jury in Virginia has declined to indict New York Attorney General Letitia James days after a judge dismissed the earlier case against her. It marks another blow to Trump's effort to prosecute those he considers political adversaries, which also includes ex-FBI Director James Comey. Last month, a judge dismissed the federal cases against James and Comey after finding the prosecutor appointed by Trump was not in the post legally. James, who had successfully brought charges against President Donald Trump before he won re-election, had said the federal case alleging the commitment bank fraud and made false statements to a financial institution was politically motivated. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Oh, yes, indeed. We are the home of hard truths and bold insights. My name is Mungala Mbuvi. This is the People's Breakfast on Radio Generation. Siti Muga is in the studio with us. Siti, do you know that Reverend Frederick Beuchi has raised awareness, and in 2018 he walked from Nairobi to Mombasa in 12 days?
No, I didn't know.
Yes, he walked from Nairobi to Mombasa in 12 days, and in 2020 he cycled from Nairobi to Arusha, and he also climbed Mount Kilimanjaro. And so far he has been able to reach about 3 million people with the information, and that has been able to support about 30 children with medication. That's a good thing. Indeed, this is someone who needs all the support that he can get so that he can be able to help Kenyans and perhaps others who actually do need that. So thank you very much, Frederick Beuchi. Right now, though, We do have in studio nominated Senator Maureen Tabitha Mutinda. Mheshimiwa, welcome to Radio Generation.
Asante sana.
And congratulations on your appointment. Is it appointment or election? You elected a member of the board of the Parliamentary Network on the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund.
Yes.
For the term of 2025-2027.
Correct, yes.
Perhaps you can just let us know about this role. Yes, karibu sana.
Asante sana, and good to be here. Nice studio. It looks nice.
Asante.
I love it.
Yeah?
Karibu.
You can stay here for as long as you want.
It's a nice place to be, especially this great morning. Shukran. And I just recently got appointed to be a board member, IMF and World Bank, representing East Africa. It's a parliamentary network where members of parliament from the world globally do sit. Normally we have our meetings in Washington DC and be able to look at the gaps, and matters of oversight. As far as debt issues are concerned also, and things like that. And we normally have what we call the spring meetings annually. That we also have other members of parliament all over the world still on the same agenda of the same discussion.
All right.
It's my passion for matters finance, because I also am the vice chair finance and budget in Senate. Before I move away from that, I just wanted to mention something of the previous interview we just had
on epilepsy.
Yes. And I happened to just bump in
to Frederick.
With Frederick, just having a little chat. I also sit in the health committee as a member. And we just shared a few things, asking him where are the gaps, what does he feel, and he feels that epilepsy has been, put in the same bracket as a mental health issue.
Yes.
And I've actually asked him to write to me and tell me where the gaps are, what needs to be done, so that through my office, through my committee that I also serve, I can be able to ask the ministry this issue, so that they can first be able to officially respond, and we see, we bring that light to much more discussion. So it was good also having him, and just bumped into him this morning.
Because he was saying that it is bundled up with other mental health issues, and we felt that perhaps it shouldn't be there.
It shouldn't,
because those other mental health issues are also of great importance, and they should be given the attention that they deserve.
It deserves.
So it's a good thing, and thank you for that.
Yes.
Perhaps we shall have this conversation again to see,
of course,
how far that progress is.
Yes. Yeah. Very true. Very true.
Before we get into the other main conversation, which is about, of course, changing the political narrative in Kenya and eyes on 2027, yourself, if I've read this right, courtesy of our producer, is that you're also aspiring to be a woman rep in Nairobi County.
Actually, that was my in 2022.
Right,
I came out, vying for Nairobi Woman Rep with my political party, UDA.
Yes,
and being a CT and all that, we had discussions with the party leader, long story short, and that's why I was nominated to serve my people in Senate. So it's not a journey that, just like started recently. It's where my journey started before. Hence, being a senator right now, we're still representing the great county of Nairobi. As much as we are nominated, we also represent specific counties. That is where we vote. You might find someone is nominated, but their representation, for example, is Kitui, so the representation is Murang'a, and then they end up being in what we call the delegation of Murang'a. So, for example, like for us, we find that we are a number, and we are under our head delegation is Senator Sifuna, who is elected. In the event that he is not there and something for Nairobi needs to be do a vote, for example, he can appoint any and say, depending on availability, so and so kindly assist on this.
Shikilia hapo. All right, so you're part of the bench, the bench team. But it's a good thing. Now I know. I didn't know that.
That's what happens.
I learn something new every single day.
Awesome.
Right. Okay. So just to understand what your ambition for Nairobi is, what it was in 2022, and perhaps if anything has changed towards 2027 in regards to that ambition.
First of all, to be very honest, I really want to thank my party for giving me this opportunity. It's a rare opportunity. I mean, among the 50 million Kenyans, 55 million Kenyans, and you're, among the few, it's a great honor. And really thank the people of Nairobi, the great people of the city, whom I've really worked so closely with, which briefly I'll be telling you, because they've really been able to embrace me from all perspectives, as a woman, as a mother, as a young person. I'm able to bond with all types, of people from all walks of life. Doesn't matter the age and all that. Something that I really, really enjoy the most. My work currently is in Senate.
Yeah.
As a senator, there's what is within our mandate. And I'm happy because from where I sit, I've been able to do what pertains my work. When it comes to legislation, I've been able to bring about the bills.
Yeah.
I have the labor immigration bill, management migration bill, which really touches on our immigrant workers who are out there, wananyanyaswa, all these things that are happening, and you're trying to legislate to be able to at least give you uniformity, and that will also help Kenyans, have a standard in terms of when they are out there. There's a standard, the way Philippines have been accorded that particular standard in terms of their credibility, in terms of their payments and all that, and many other things, a safe house and all that. I've also been able to do the Agriculture Extension Services Bill, which is at the National Assembly. I hope next year we can conclude and the President can assent to it. So I'm a all perspective, because look at this bill of agriculture, knowing the impact of agriculture in our country. And recently I also brought a bill that I know next year it will be really shouting. This is the Land Amendment Bill. What am I doing? What am I saying? I'm saying that the land cases should take a maximum of 2 years. People have died, people have suffered years in, years out. Someone just, waiting for ruling, for justice to be served. 4 years, 30 years, 20 years, 15 years, and all that. And I'm saying, you know what? Let's do it for 2 years. Let's get done. If this was the honor of the title. Then what business do we have? Up and down, money, up and down, stress, pressure, and all that. So that's the other bill. Among many statements that I've been able to do, I've been able to bring out and ask matters finance, matters health. I'm very passionate when it comes to matters health. When you go to my social media handles and when I'm doing my oversight for health, oh my God, I'm a different person. I'm a different person because I've had an opportunity to practice medical as far as the pharmaceutical sector is concerned. I've worked very briefly in the hospital and I know what it feels, I understand. And being where I am as a legislator and also where I sit as the Vice Chair of Finance, we are the ones who give counties the monies. And so when I'm on the ground, I'm trying to actualize and see what we've given you, is it what is on the ground, and things like, why do you have these gaps in place? And you'll see I get very, very, I wear just a different headgear. So my ambition for Women's Rep in this regard, it is to be able to continue empowering the women. What have I done currently? I have what we call Wekeza Mama. I have groups, that I've been able to bring together, been able to finance them, in groups, in forms of groups across all the constituencies of Nairobi, financial management, the finance itself. They've been able to come up with the little projects that they are doing and, continuing to generate more revenue. Why? Because I believe in helping somebody, they generate their own income. The issue of handouts, you don't help somebody. It's until when someone will be able to get off their own cocoon and become independent and be able to at least run their own things without really so much dependency on you. I've been able to advocate so much when it comes to issues of gender-based violence. I've shouted, I've been there, I've spoken talk about it. We've done forums with my colleagues as Kenya women senators and all that. I've traveled a few weeks. I was in Bungoma. What's my business in Bungoma? My interest is Nairobi. But you know why I'm there? Because that child, that girl child in Bungoma matters. I represent that girl child across the country, even the one in Busia. Last month, but when we were in Busia for Senate Mashinani, we were able to find them. We are able to do CSR. Remember, we don't have any kitty for us. Whatever we do it from our own personal resources. We've been able to go out there, do CSR with this young girl.
Hold on. You have no kitty as a senator?
No.
Okay.
No, not at all.
I just needed to have that.
Yes, we do not have any kitty.
You don't have CDF or NGAF?
Nah, nothing.
Okay, all right.
Nothing, yeah, completely nothing. What was being implemented was what we call the oversight fund, but which is just for the elected members.
As a nominated, hakuna?
No. We actually now align with the elected, so we go and do projects with him. What is the project? Like to oversight.
All right.
With him, our work is just to oversight. So we just facilitate to go and do our mandate, that is the oversight role. But in terms of projects and being able to do this, there's no funding. So whatever I've been able to do as a person, I've sacrificed and been able to use my own resources, personal resources, and I've been able to do all these things that I'm currently talking about. What is the work of a member of parliament? What is the work of a senator? Representation, legislation, and oversight. Have I been able to do that? Yes, I've been able to do that. But I feel that I want to do more and much more as a woman representative, as the people's, women representative. But of course, we also don't want to lead the boy child. I've had forums whereby I've been invited by different stakeholders to speak to the girl child. And I've spoken and told them, we need to change just talking to the girls alone. We need to have the boys in the room. We need to have the men in the room. We need to have the he for she. Because we've really empowered the girl child so much, we've forgotten the boy child. He's left behind. He's not able to match the thinking level of this girl, because this girl has been really
empowered
so much in terms of the knowledge, in terms of the skills. They're so much ahead. So by the time they're trying to resonate, to find that it's not really matching, the levels are not really matching, and the boy child has been left to think that it should be the man. Who is a man? What is it being a man? We need to change. I want to also represent that boy child so that they can be able to match with our girl child. That's the gap that I also want to come and bring out and make them feel that they are important piece of the society where we sit. Yes.
And the reason I asked you this question is because I didn't want to be guilty of just hosting rather a politician and going straight ahead to the politics and the sloganeering, and we actually do not get the agenda that you represent for the people that you intend to serve, and in your case that you are already serving. So there's a time we'll call you back and hold you to account for exactly what you've just told us. And we wish you all the best in regards to that.
Asante sana.
Let me just add.
Sure.
When people speak about what they do, the manner in which they speak tells you a great deal about the commitment they have to it.
Yes.
In the time I have had the pleasure of interviewing Mheshimiwa, she comes out as somebody whose commitment to actually serving, not being a politician. Those are two very different things. Always comes to the fore, and you hear that in the conversation, and I'm hearing it again today. Now the question is, how do you translate that information to the voter so that they understand and get to know that this is the person you actually ought to vote for? Yes.
Or at the very least consider voting.
When you hear of participation, we don't often understand that when somebody takes the time and effort to create and then bring bills to Parliament, that actually is the biggest change that they can actually bring into force. Because once something becomes law, it serves everybody. You now have an anchor, you now have a pivotal position from which you can actually pursue a certain cause. Yes.
Actually, and thank you for that. To be very honest, my first mandate is to serve. And a clear example is what has just happened with Mr. Frederick, who I just bumped into. I didn't
He's
know I'll
actually a
meet him.
reverend, yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. No, it's okay. You didn't know.
I didn't know. Reverend Frederick. He's told me his story in those few minutes.
Yes.
I believe in the leadership of listening. And that is Mutinda. That is Tabitha. Because in that listening, then we will be able to get to know the gaps. One of my greatest virtues is listening. And he has been able to tell me why he is in that space of epilepsy. Told me about the sister, told me about the wife.
Yeah.
Okay? 2, through what I've guided him to do, to write to me, and also that I immediately write to the minister, either through a statement on the floor of the house, or even do a motion or a bill, depending. The issue of epilepsy is not for the family of Reverend Frederick. It's for us, for our people in this country. Not because I have a relative or a family member who has the same issue, but because it is my responsibility. It is my role to be able to listen and get to see what can I be able to, because I have the platform to do it. And my greatest satisfaction for these 3 years that I've been in this space is the fact that I've been able to listen and be able to take action and be able to at least offer the solution to my level best. This small example of the land issue, I haven't been the first one who says that, you know what, we needed to put it for 2 years. I know, of course, judiciary will be shouting and be like, oh, you know, but they need to tell us. Tell us why we having this backlog. Why can't we accept the problems and be able to solve this problem? What is the issue? Why does a family have to suffer for this? What is the problem? And mark you, not because I have a case ongoing. No. I don't respond because at times it has to affect me. It's because I have listened to the people. People have seen how they're suffering. And my greatest satisfaction is when, even when I'm doing my role as a health member committee, I'm telling you, I'm so happy when I'm doing that, because recently the last place we were, I think, was in Kiambu. And before that was the great county of Machakos.
Yes.
We went to Machakos. I was able to, of course, talk to the casual workers. One of them told me, yes, I've been this space. How much are you paid? I'm paid 10,000. And I haven't been paid for 5 months. I said, what? 5 months? Yes. And you are even paid below the labor standards, laws, and all that. You know. No problem. I asked him, are you sure this is true here? Anybody else? They say, yes, we are all here. I said, call them. I asked them, is it true that hamjalipwa miezi 5 na mnafanya kazi kwa hospitali? Yes, we've not been, you know, who is your leader? And a long story short, and we were there with our colleagues, and of course, so we had media, fine. And they were able to speak, you know, because it's not politics. I'm not interested in the politics of Machakos. So they were able to speak. They cried out, you know, light just came. Why? Because I asked and I listened to the answers. Within less than 3 days, because that was on a Friday, I remember clearly it was on a Friday. So of course we did the debrief to the governor. Saturday, Sunday, by Monday, they were all paid. Their 5 months due. If we had not stepped there, then how many others? Lastly was in Kiambu. We're just doing the normal routine work and looking at hospital and everything. All of a sudden there's a young girl and say, hey, tuko hapa. I'm like, muko hapa? Namna gani, mko aje? Tuko hapa, tumefungiwa. Umefungiwa? Nani amewafungia? Hospitali imetufungia. Mbona? Let me just get in. You know, I listen. What is happening? Oh, we've been here. They've, you know, detained us. Long story short, we talked to the management, and I was happy because we were able to come to a consensus and ask them to stop detaining them and release them. What happened the next week? We went back to Parliament. Through my committee, we have an ongoing bill that is saying what? It is saying it is illegal, it is criminal to detain someone in hospital. And I'm using someone because when I walk in hospital, I walk in as a patient. Okay? When you're inside there, the patient. But when you get treated, when you are well, are you still a patient? What business do I have to do detaining you? Am I a police? Am I, you know, why should a Kenyan be detained in hospital? Yet they are okay, they are fine, they are well. Why are you detaining them?
Or even a dead body.
Exactly. Perfect. Why are we detaining dead bodies? What are we doing? Those are the things that we are doing. And at times, and I really appreciate media, because when you give us this opportunity, we talk to the people.
Yeah.
We tell the people, this is happening, this is happening, this is happening. I always try to encourage an environment of being optimistic. Oh my God, because this life of being so pessimistic and you're walking like ile kitabu ya OB ya pale police station, kichwa imejaa tu ma problems, shida, stress, and all you can converse is problem and problem. Let us talk solution. Let us talk reality. And what I'm talking right now is not what will be done or shall be done. It is what I have been able to participate and been able to do.
Senator, why is it then your colleagues in both parliaments are unable to articulate issues the way I feel like you're articulating them right now? Because majority of the time, even when they're standing on podiums, you've given us a very good example here. You visited Machakos County, you've gone to Bungoma, you've been to Nairobi County as well, and you've gone to these different places, had conversations with different people on the ground. And for you, from what I get, is that you've actually gotten much done by that kind of politics. Yet the colleagues I'm talking about, your colleagues I'm talking about, are the kind who will stand on podiums on top of vehicles and call their colleagues' names and point out the problems that are in that particular county or constituency, and offer nothing in terms of solutions. Why don't we have more of this kind of politics?
When you give people the picture that is not you, you will always be struggling to sustain it. And that is what gives a lot of leaders some problems at times, because you don't want to give you want to give them. You want to be praised, you want to be clapped for all the time. You want to be be felt, you're a winner, but you lose the focus. You want the cloud chasing. We lose the reality. And for me, when I came into this space, even if you will not tell me, but at least I know that I have been me, and I am just me. My story has never changed. I came on board and I spoke me. I said where I've come from, where I know where I am, and where I want to be, and where I'm going. I have just been me. We've done a lot of interviews with my brother, and he can attest that Mutinda is just her and herself. And I always tell.
Is that so?
You are not the brother in this case.
I mean, she pointed at you, so I'm asking you, the brother.
I'm just emphasizing.
So, brother, is that true?
It's not you. Yes, we have. You see, the thing is this.
Yes.
Representation is something that must be demonstrated. It can't be an academic subject of discussion that you engage in when called upon. And the only way that one breathes life into it is when you hear or when you are informed of real life happenings at a particular point in time, because these are things that are verifiable. You can determine. Now, that's leadership, because in the absence of that leadership,
yes,
the gap that is being spoken of would persist. Okay? Now, remember what I said.
Yeah.
Our people perhaps don't fully understand representation and what the import of it. When you have a legislation, you then have the ammunition to see through or to set right something which was wrong. So the individual who you feel is the person you elected doesn't have to keep coming there to solve it. There's a law. And you, the person, for instance, in this case, who's detained, if that law exists, you are the one who's going to pursue that thing and say, actually, you guys are breaking the law.
Yes.
What the law demands is this, and the other. Part of the reason why you find a conversation like this has import is because we have a constitution that allows for this.
True.
And if somebody has a different opinion, again, we will go back to the constitution and say, excuse me, the constitution actually does give us the freedom and the mandate to be able to A, B, C, D. And she is right. We've had this conversation on many occasions, not one or two or three. We've had them, and we've discussed them, because it's in discussing them that the public gets to understand this role that these leaders, or we refer to as political leaders, have, and what it is that they do.
Okay.
And there's a mirror by which you can judge perhaps your elected leader and determine whether your elected leader participates in the same way. Because there are some who are referred to as flower girls, even though they are men.
Yeah.
There are some who...
True. Yes.
And as I say, I rest my case.
Sorry, Mheshimiwa, I literally interrupted you when you were telling me why this brand of politics is very rare in Kenya.
Yes, because people come into spaces, and somehow you want not to be you. You want to be what the crowds wants you to be.
Yeah.
And let me tell you, it is very stressful. Psychologically, it becomes toxic, because all the time I have to please it. All the time I have to please you. I have to please the people. I am not me. I'm not able to bring out. For me, let me tell you, 100%. Even if you wake me at midnight, what I'm saying right now, I've not recited, I don't have notes and all. I am just me. I promise to make my life easier by being me. Case example, for example, when I say I'm a daughter of a single mother, and I say it so proudly, and I say it to encourage these young single mothers who feeling like, being single, it's like it is a disability. It is not. It is not. And I've always encouraged people to, matters education. Education is the best thing that you can give your children. Nobody is gonna take it away from them. That is the key to everything. Hii vitu ingine yote hapa watakuwa wanang'ang'ania, hii ilikuwa ikaenda ikarudi and all that. But the skill, the information, the knowledge that I have, I'm happy that having come from that single mother background, I've strived. I started with a diploma, and currently I'm pursuing my PhD. It's not because I have a Mutinda name that you can say she's the daughter of the former minister. It is not like that. I am building me, and I say it like that so that I can encourage others right now who feel that it is not impossible. It is, and that's why I stay positive. I stay optimistic. When you go to my handles, I'll always try to keep a smile. I'll always try and laugh. I love dancing. I love music. To keep me moving. And people know I love dancing. And they have understood me like that. They know she loves dancing like this, a bit like that, for a few minutes. At the right place, right music. Simple. They know me. That is that. And you see, let me tell you, today, if I had come to this studio because you have cameras and all that, and I'm in my hot pants and a crop top, I'll be having how many views right now? Over 1 million views.
Yeah.
Is that what I want? Is that what I'm looking for? Is that what I'm looking for? Is that what I need? You have a sister. You have probably a baby girl. You have a wife.
2, yeah.
Perfect, thank you. You have a mommy. Those kids, when you tell them that you are interviewing Mutinda in a crop top today, in hot pants, they'll be asking you, Dad, nambana mimi unanikataza?
By the way, what a crop top.
I'll let you know.
Okay.
Perfect.
When you talk about stress, you spoke about it a few sentences back. And the stress I'm referring to here is when you're dealing now with your colleagues, whether it's in Senate or Parliament or even in government, in terms of delivery for the people. Because, like, for example, in today's paper, NCCK has accused the government, of course, the president here, on some couple of issues. For example, the collapse of governance, economic hardship, failure of services. When you talk to your colleagues about service delivery, do you sometimes get angry at some of the simple things that should be done but are not being done, yet we have mandated you as the electorate to ensure that you deliver on these particular points?
Thank you so much for that question. Thank you so much. For me, I say it as it is. As much as of course, I'm government and all that. But where there's a problem, I say. I'll give you a very good example. The medical space where I am serving as a member of the health committee and where I've done oversight. So reality.
Yes.
These are not stories, okay? We've gone down there and realized that the national government is not reimbursing the hospitals on time. Hence what? Interference service delivery to the people. You find that the hospital will communicate that they have a challenge, they are not able to sustain. There's shortage of drug, there's shortage of reagents in the hospital, delayed salaries for these employees, and you're expecting this nurse to be like all smiley, hey, kuja nikusaidie ka hapa nikudunge shindano and things like that. They have not been paid. They also have families the same way you have those families and all that. And I acknowledge and say this needs to be done. What has been done? So the next question is, na umefanya nini and all that. We've summoned the minister and asked him, correct, why is this happening? Because in our report, this is what we've been able to realize, that there's this big problem, because you should be the one who's solving. He said, yes, we agree there's a problem, but the problem is coming from what we call them having been able to remit the documents for reimbursement properly. We find that, for example, if they bill maybe 100 million, maybe they are paid 10 million, and they said, 90 million has not been paid. It makes sense, yes. So we're asking, why is this 90 million? Why is there delay? So the minister says there's delay because those documents are not been approved. So what have you told the county? You told the county, for the sake of your people and service delivery continuously and all that, can you just now have a desk that you have just experts who are able to ensure that when they submit those documents, they are up to the standard of what is expected by the ministry, by the SHA offices, so that you can get reimbursements on time and we stop this back and forth. Lastly, we have the hardware. The problem is the software. Why? The reason is, you find that the systems that are in place, the offices that we have today within the government, remember we have staff, officers, directors, hii majina kubwa hapa na pale, namna hii. Mtu amekalia kiti ndio kuse,
alafu ana swing
tu hapo. We've passed the law. We've done everything that needs to be done. We've handed over. When we passed legislation for SHA and everything, we've handed over. So kuna mtu pale yeye amekalia kiti. First of all, anakuangalia kama mbunge, anasema ya kwamba he's just here for 5 years. Si tumekuwa hapa miaka nenda miaka rudi. Mtakuja mtaenda tu, mtatuacha. Wrong focus. And sometimes when we are shouting and we are saying, when I'm talking today about the software, the people in the offices across the software, they are giving us challenges. They are bringing these problems that you see when they say service delivery. William Ruto ndio atakuja kukaa kwa desk akukatie SHA, akuregister kwa SHA. Let's be honest, he's not the one. Okay, yes, he's the CEO, we agree, but now there are those ones who have been down here who have been mandated. Why are we having problems of systems? Like yesterday, someone called me and told me they wanted to renew their, driving license.
Right.
Is a good friend, and because they are traveling out of the country, and so he drives when he's out there. So he wanted to renew, ndio aweze kusafiri. So shockingly tells me, ameenda akaambiwa ile machine ya kuprint
the license.
Perfect. Imeharibika. Machine imeharibika. Kwa hivyo kila kitu imesimama. Nikuulize, hiyo machine kabla iharibike, where is the person in charge there, the technical guy?
Right.
Okay, because to be very honest, a machine can just drop like that. There must have been probably some problems and someone could have reported. Someone has written a requisition. Something needs to be done. Do we have only also one machine? How? As a whole country, what is happening? Sio ni mtu amelalia kazi yake. Are you seeing what I'm trying to bring out and talk about?
Perfectly well.
The problems hapa chini. Sometimes we walk into hospitals, boom, namna hii tunaingia, na unajua tunakuwa na security na kila kitu. Unaona watu wanaingia chini ya desk, watu wanaanza kukimbia. Why are you running? Why are you running? First of all, we've come to understand what problems that you have. Kumbe you are the problem. You are running away from a solution, which is us. We have come, so we have a conversation. We get to see, kwa nini ujaeka dawa yote ya madawa kwa computer? Mbona hauna just, how much is this computer? At you find pharmacists have their own laptops. Na muuliza kwa hivyo jioni ikifika, wewe unaenda na hii nyumbani na uko na data ya serikali hapa na kila kitu. CEO wa All we need, to be very honest, let us listen to each other. Let us correct each other. Let us have a common goal of having the solution. Tell me the problem. Let me tell you what we can be able to do. Let's put our minds together. But this thing of just shouting to the rooftop that must go. And then let us point out and say, let us see the headline saying that, for example, the ICU machine has broken down.
Yeah.
Let us voice out that this specific, let us narrow to the people who are in charge of that machine. Let us have portals here. Let us, talk to the people who are supposed to repair this particular road. Why is this? I appreciate the social media. It's been very, very powerful. Utaona City akienda pale nje aseme mbona hii poto liko hapa inasumbua, utaona kesho kidogo kidogo jeshi yote imeanguka ground,
imetengeneza barabara,
imevaa reflector, barabara imetengenezwa and all that. That's positive. That's a conversation that this should not be there. It is not city's barabara atabeba yake kwa mfuko aende nayo nyumbani. No, but he has voiced it as a leader, as someone who wants the solution. But you see, when we clog our minds that this is negative, it is just negative, it can't be, and that is that. And people have looked at the city politics in a manner that you need to twerk in order to be known. I'm not looking for fame. No.
But Mheshimiwa, there's something you've mentioned here about this whole Ruto must go, the one-term slogans. You see, that's a manifestation of the frustrations that Kenyans are feeling.
Is it?
It is a manifestation of frustration. It is, City. You see, the people in this room, we have the privilege of discernment, which some people might not have. The few problems they encounter in whatever sectors of their life, whether it's in transport, whether it's in health, education and all that, for them, they know one person is in charge of all this. And that is the president.
And is that the
that
truth?
is why it obviously not. It is not the truth. For example, for a very long time, people have been complaining about the abductions and the killings of Kenyans in the streets. And the one person they look at is the president. Yet we know there's an independent individual called the Inspector General of Police, whom the buck stops with as far as the police are concerned. And that is where we need to direct our energies to. And you see, you and I and her, we understand that. But for the person on the ground, anajuanga police, president,
actually,
ndio amiri jeshi.
Paul, what you say is true, but
yes,
partially, because there is absolutely no government that this country has had that has not had glaring problems.
But we
and when they are criticized, it is the government. I am of this view. The entire conversation about this government is about William Ruto. Why?
He is the head of government.
No.
He is.
It is not because he's the head of government. This is my view. It's a narrative that has been curated and has been pushed. Because...
City by who?
That's the point. Who creates it? Why I'm asking this is, how do you have a situation where an entire discussion about things which are wrong in the government boils down to Ruto must go? And I'm thinking, wait. We have problems. We know. We live in this country. We know the number of people who are indigent are increasing. We know.
If City, we were to look at the genesis of Ruto must go, stroke one term, hizo slogans zilitoka wapi? Because they did not just suddenly
somebody created them.
Exactly.
And then somebody pushed that narrative. And that narrative has been pushed to the point where when you listen to the group that refers to itself as the united opposition, and in reality they're the complete opposite of being united, they have the same terms. And I was thinking that the opposition ought to be telling us of the things they'll do differently and how they'll provide solutions for the gaps that they keep talking about. How many times have we said that here?
We do not ask them when they come here.
We do not hear. So when I say it's a narrative that has been curated, I am not shooting in the dark. Because I've listened to this and I'm saying, but I live here. I know what happens here. We talk to people every day about the problems they have.
Yes.
So we are not ignorant. But how I tie these two, and you know how it is supported, nothing is the government works. And you see what are you talking about?
Yeah. It's not true.
It is absolutely not true. there's nothing they're doing. They're not building roads. And I'm thinking, wait. These affordable houses, they're not being built. I said, what do you mean? I see them. You see, the discussion about them and in and of themselves and things around it, I can understand. But when somebody says things that you're telling me they are not being built and I can see them, then now, what sort of discussion are we supposed to have with you?
Exactly. And that's exactly what I was trying to explain to the senator here, that I am for the opinion of having an honest conversation whereby, like you said, let's point out where the issue is. And if we are going to call someone a one-time person, whether it's a governor, senator, president, or whatever, let's be legit about the calling out. So now, getting back to my point, it is, like I said, the manifestation of these issues. And we can actually, if we are to be honest and go back to where the sloganeering came from, we are always blaming Gen Zs for that particular situation, but it's not true. Gen Z started with a very simple thing, which was reject the finance bill. Then for some strange reason that morphed into Ruto must go and one term. But the reality on the ground is that this is all pure politics, which, by the way, the people on the ground are not for. Them, they are for service delivery.
Let me help you. Let me help you on that part. And my principles, where there's a problem, I'll acknowledge. I'm not perfect. I don't live a perfect life. I'm a human, and human is to error. By then, the particular issue of Gen Z, what really angered Gen Z, by the way, was the fact that there leaders who came out, guns blazing, and saying, "Hata mkidu what, tutapitisha." That was wrong. That was wrong. Okay? And the other issues of carrying money in sacks and showing it off, and that is wrong. Completely wrong. It should not be like that. And that is what brought that agitation. And of course they came out, and when they were coming out initially, of course they were just on social media, and when the demonstration just started in a polite, nice, good way, they were able to bring and articulate issues. But the feedbacks they were getting also from some of the leaders really angered them. And that's why I'm saying there should be a narrative of or a character of I listen to you, you listen to me, and then we have but we don't have to go to extents after we fought, is when we get a mediator to be able to resolve our issues. And that is how the anger came about. Of course, now after that, the so-called opposition took advantage of that and started to say yes. And I remember in Amapi, when at that particular time they say, the young people said, no, don't interfere with this, we are on our own. And they even told the late, may his soul rest in peace, Raila Odinga, you know what, Baba, you've done a lot, you've fought a lot, weka kando, sisi wacha tupiganie hii na tusonge mbele and all that, because there are those things that really had angered them at that particular time. Later, okay, when the dust settled and we are where we are. I'll give you a good example. Last Sunday in Kariobangi North. Yeah. What happened? It was portrayed as if the government went and tear-gassed people while they were in charge. That is what was portrayed. Very sad. Very sad for a leader to use a church to create a narrative. It is wrong, completely wrong. Na wacha nikwambie, kanisa si mahali ya kucheza. Mungu, those spaces that we try to play, let's respect the altar.
Hapendi hizo jokes.
God hapendi hizo jokes, kusema tu kweli. Apparently, it is just young people, gangs, who came out, team this, team that. Okay? Na wakaanza kujaribu kuwa na ile vita pale nje, kaleta commotion. Lazima polisi wangerespond. Na walipo respond, sababu wale vijana walikuwa na silaha, they used tear gas to disperse them. Of course, tear gas hata leo ikipigwa hapa tu nje, sitafika hapa. It happens. That's how it works. So itafika, but it doesn't mean wamekuja kuattack RNG. No, that's what it doesn't mean. So of course, wakati tear gas imeingia, ijaingia kwa kanisa peke yake, hata zile sehemu maduka nini, people who were around there were affected. And all that. So, but what was portrayed, that is what came out. But what did the minister say? And what did the president say? They condemned that. They said it is wrong. Can we stop this goonism? Can the person, even the police who was just saying hi, handshaking this young man carrying machetes, carrying pangas, it is wrong, he should be inside. Haya, wakati hiyo imesemekana, who is talking? Now they are quiet. They are quiet because the government has said this is wrong. We should not be. And why is the government saying like that? Kwa sababu huyo kijana unamruhusu leo afanye vile anafanyia yule, kesho atakugeukia. You'll be the target. And we need to stop this kind of thing. So when the United create narrative of saying, our agenda is one, I'm telling you, from 1990 whatever, when politics has been imechacha and all that, we are shocked. I'm shocked to just hear someone say, my slogan, my agenda is one.
Yeah.
Someone must go. That's just the agenda. Like, seriously, that's selfish. Today you've asked me, what plans do I have if I become for Nairobi, and I've been able to list for you, first of all, what I've been able to do, and what I would wish to further do to the great people of the city, and all that. But I cannot just say, Pasaris must go. Like, seriously, what is that?
Yeah.
And I'm happy, and I want to really appreciate her because she's come out and said, it's an affirmative seat. She had wished to serve for 2 terms. God has given her that particular chance. She's okay. She's satisfied. She would want to leave it for someone else. So actually, the reason even I've also come out at this early time is because she's the only one in all the 47 counties where we have women, even among the 290 constituencies and the 47 senators, and all that. She's the only one who has said, the seat is vacant. I am done. Let someone else be preparing. So, of course, we've started preparing for our people to have a conversation and all that. And there's nothing wrong in what she has done. She wants to go probably either single constituency or any other county seat, whichever she'll be able to. But she has said, this one, I want to leave it for another, because it definitely is for us women. Of course, now you feel nice being a woman.
And actually, I mean, I think that is also the way to go. Because this position was created to show that women can actually lead.
Perfect.
Which we have known for a very long time, because mothers have been leading since time immemorial. But what she has done, of course, she has created a foundation, a political foundation. So if she wants to go for governor, senator, president, whatever she decides, we wish her all the best.
Of course.
She to the constituency that she will go to, she has proven something.
Yes.
But now,
I also really wish her the best, and I've always told her, you can even become a minister. You can, serve in another level, capacity, and all that, and that's good. It's the same thing I would want to also replicate. If I'm able to serve for this duration, then I leave it for someone, because also in politics you have to know when to retire.
A good dancer knows when to exit the stage.
This country is full of great people.
Yes.
We talk about a crisis now, but there was no crisis greater than the crisis we had in 2008. Kenya has never seen such a crisis. Now, there's a group of security service people known as GSU.
Fanya Fujo one.
No, Fanya Fujo one is a different one. Those are, we call them riot police.
Right.
In your time in university, you didn't encounter them. In our time, we encountered them fairly often. Now, GSU, when GSU were called, you knew it was time to take flight, because they never killed you, but they would beat you to a pulp. You would nurse those injuries. Some of them would be permanent injuries. At the height of 2008 and in Mathare, young men were marauding, doing damage. There was a certain officer called Joseph Msioka Ndenge. This man, it's televised, stopped this group. And I said about the conversation, he said, unajua vijana, hizi vitu mnaharibu ni vitu vya Kenya, na hii, I'm paraphrasing, hii ni nchi ya Kenya. Tumechukua muda na shida kujenga hizi vitu. Sasa mnataka kuisarati. Now, this is an officer who was armed. He stopped and he was talking to this group of men. Bwana, guys had machetes and rungus, and you realize these fellows, they all calmed down. And somebody wajua mzee anasema ukweli. Nothing came to a halt. There are very many citizens of this country who wanted nothing but good for the country.
True.
Ordinarily, GSU could have unleashed the might of the power, because those fellows, I don't know what training, paramilitary training they get, when they are unleashed, I can assure you, when you hear of the monopoly of violence, you will see it then. They actually know how to quell such crowds. He spoke. When we have a crisis such as the one we have, Abdullah Alas got to the heart of the matter. Instead of taking the time to blame the president, this is the time when we ought to be asking, what do we do? Because we can all see the problems. It's not that we can't see them. How do we get ourselves out of this? What is this path? And when you think this way, you ask, who are the leaders who are speaking about getting us out of this problem and actually providing solutions that you can follow? Not rhetoric, not narrative, tangible solutions that can bring about the change that you want. And not at the national level. No. At your ward level, then those who can extend it to the constituency level, to the county level, because when that happens, then it will translate into the national level.
I think just to add on to that, and thanks so much, City. Okay, our president is a president who has served in very different capacities. Look at his background, of course. He's just come from a hustler background. Sio mtoto wa president. Being where he is, I can tell you, that guy, day, usiku na mchana, is just trying to see. He's working 24 hours. How do I ensure that I am the game changer here? When he's changed when we have the universal healthcare, how much is his insurance cover with his family and close relatives and all that which he can be able to afford? They have everything. But look at here. He say, I want people to get the primary healthcare. Primary healthcare iko na budget yake from the National Assembly, such that ukienda hosi hiyo tu kuumwa na kichwa, hii dispensary ya kawaida unafaa kupewa dawa uende. Shida iko wapi? Shida iko hapo kwa madawa. Nakubaliana. And let me tell you, even if you have pressure, diabetes, nini, solution ni dawa. Daktari atakupima, nene atakwambia, this is your status, medication is the way. What has he said? He said, I want now, because I've realized that is what the problem is. KEMSA, directly, pea hospitali madawa. Okay? Na sisi tukulipe directly. Upate ya kwamba, at the end of the day, these medicines are there, because people are saying tunaenda lakini hakuna madawa. He is aware of that, and that's why he has put that particular solution as far as that is issues concerned. Look at the housing. Sahi anaishi wapi? Umeona status vile iko smart. And how big and beautiful it is. Is he comfortable? What has he said? He said, no, I want to stop to reduce these slums completely and start putting up the high-rise building so that we can accommodate more people. I mean, hata wewe shuali ukifanikiwa ulikuwa na kaplot kako ka 50 by 100 pesa mingi, so utabomoa hiyo kitu, bungalow weke chini, and then you are able to, because you are seeing the future, you are seeing tomorrow, and you want the best for your children and your, and all that, and you are doing it for, na hiyo may create other jobs and all that. So when we talk like that, the naysayers definitely would be like, oh, mbona kwa nini lazima what? So the only difference is that he has brought in a whole circle of basic needs.
Okay.
Shelter, food, vile tulikuwa tunasoma business education tukiwa wadogo and all that, and this is what is able to provide wholesomely, of course at a go.
Okay.
So that now kile kigongane ndio kiingiane sasa kabisa. Kama ni changamoto za SHA tuweze kumalizana nazo. And I even told my team, because I sit in the health committee, I'll be posting, I want to post by next week, all the package vile iko. People are being mishandled sometimes in hospital. You go there, start telling you, SHA does not cover. Because people don't know. I'll be bringing it out and putting it there and people to know. Kama ni MRI ni 11,000. Kama ni scan, hii isha ina cover hii amount. Ndiye akienda pale kwa hospitali, he or she knows that this is, he can rightfully say,
yes,
this is what is being covered. And because, yes, we are also a bit lacking in terms of bringing out the information.
Right.
And also in a layman language, the best way that our people can also be able to understand. Sababu wewe unajua kizungu yote, wewe unaelewa. Kuna mwingine ajui hii ni nini, so we will try bring it out that it should be. So where ministry kidogo imelegea kidogo, ni kujaribu kueleza kwa njia ya urahisi kabisa vile wananchi wanaweza elewa haki yao ya kukua naisha, ujue inakusaidia aje.
Senator, we have overrun actually. We have literally come to the end of the show, but I will allow you 20 seconds to just give us your parting shots, but of course with the promise to invite you back again and let's continue this conversation. So
I love tea and your tea was very nice, so I'll be love to come back again and have
we'll
more
give you
tea.
a second cup,
Yes, it was, and I've loved the conversation so much. I just want to tell our people, Kenyans, we do not have another country. East to west, home is the best. This is what is rightfully ours. This is where we have our shares by having the birth certificates and the national ID. Kindly, let us build it together. The wars, the destruction will not help us. Let us come together. Let us voice and see how to put the positives together. The young people, my Gen Z, my youth, kindly go and get your voters card tafadhali. Statistics zinaonyesha ya kwamba you're not getting registered. It's like you've given up. Don't give up. Let us build this nation together. In the next 15 to 20 years to come, according to the World Bank report, we'll be having close to 1.2 billion young people. This is their time to be able to set the ground with what is there. We are in a digital transformative space. There's a lot that needs to be done, and all this is for them. If they don't rise up and have a positive conversation on their way forward, I mean, it's going to be a bit hard, but I want to encourage them. I look forward also to continue representing them. Naomba wazidi kuniombe nipate nguvu so that I can be able to offer the best that I'm able to offer, and I look forward so much to meeting them. Tukutana huko nje, tuzidi kushirikiana na Mungu awabariki sana all the time.
All right, we leave in the safe hands of the Retro Box coming up in a few with Rania Abdi and Lady Mathai. But for City and myself, see you on Monday, bright and early.
This is the Radio Generation.